Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. As a keeper of the Sutra Pavilion, you will become stronger by reading. Chapter 31. The disciple has met the elder. Qin Feng behaved very well in front of Elder Xiao. After all, although sealing heaven technique is an advanced secret method of breath gathering, it can change one's own temperament from the inside out, making it difficult for people to tell that he has broken through to the meat refining realm. But in front of an unfathomable great monk like Elder Xiao, you can't tell when he will become interested in you. It would not be good if he saw through his hidden cultivation. I haven't come to you yet. How about you come to me first? Elder Xiao still had his eyes closed in the rocking chair, letting the rocking chair rock gently like a perpetual motion machine. Quote? When Qin Feng heard this, 3 question marks appeared directly on his head, and he was completely confused. He didn't understand what Elder Xiao meant by his words. I already know about the Shantian Yichxing. Do your job as a cabinet guard and don't make trouble in the future. The job of a cabinet guard is not difficult. Anyone can do it. Although Elder Xiao's words were very plain, in Qin Feng's heart they were like a huge stone hitting the calm water, causing huge waves. How come he couldn't hear Elder Xiao's warning to him between the lines? What do you want from me? Perhaps sensing that Qin Feng had been silent, Elder Xiao slowly opened his eyes and glanced at him. Oh, that disciple has something to ask for. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed and took out the 3 elixirs that he had put into a storage bag. These are the rejuvenating pills, exploding yuan pills, and yuan increasing pills that the disciples have refined during this period, ranging from mid-grade to perfect levels. This disciple is responsible for the daily work of the Sutra Pavilion and has no chance to sell these things. I would like to trouble Elder Xiao to see if I can. Before Qin Feng finished speaking, he felt a light touch on his hand, and the storage bag had reached Elder Xiao's hand. He took out a jade bottle with the word, "Perfect," on it and opened the cork. In an instant, Elder Xiao smelled the fragrance of medicine, and his eyes saw the pills with clouds flowing on their surfaces. In the face of his cultivation level, the elixirs in the Foundation establishment realm cannot be faked at all. It is indeed the perfect recovery elixir. Then he opened the jade bottle containing the other 2 elixirs. Zhengyuan Dan and Baoyuan Dan only have the best and perfect elixirs, and most of them are perfect grade elixirs. Then, under the witness of Qin Feng, he saw Elder Xiao put away the storage bag directly. Quote? What does this mean? Are you not the elder who intends to just squander the fruits of my labor? Take out the nameplate. Ah, no more points. Oh, okay. After hearing what Elder Xiao said, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It was a good way to get points directly from Elder Xiao without waiting. I just don't know how many points I can get. Just don't let yourself lose money. After all, those were obtained in exchange for 79 points. Of course, he also included the losses in the cost. I didn't expect that your boy is quite spiritual when it comes to elixirs. Not sure if it was his misunderstanding, Qin Feng felt that Elder Xiao's tone at this moment was a little softer than Elder Xiao's tone at the beginning. It seems that he has set up people who can make alchemy. As for whether he is a genius in Elder Xiao's eyes, that doesn't matter. At least when he takes out some pills in the future, he can be fair and above board. Qin Feng took his nameplate and glanced at it. 500 Holy Land points. The elder is so generous in his actions. You don't need to report when you go to redeem pill materials in the future, but you are not allowed to delay the work of the Sutra Pavilion. After Elder Xiao said this, he closed his eyes again. This boy should be able to go further than the previous boy Wang Chen. As for how far he can go, it depends on his own destiny. Disciple, thank you elder. Qin Feng did not expect to be able to obtain special privileges from Elder Xiao. Now he can refine the 3 main types of elixirs used in the Foundation establishment realm to perfection level or above. Next, he has 2 choices. One is to refine a more advanced 9-mark elixir, and the other is to try a spiritual light realm elixir. Not only are there many types of elixirs in the spiritual light realm, but they are also much more difficult. However, when Qin Feng thought about his own cultivation level, he temporarily stopped his thoughts and waited until his cultivation level rose again before touching the spiritual light realm elixir. Although during this period of time, in addition to working at the Alchemy Pavilion and the Scripture Collection Pavilion, he also read classics to improve his cultivation, but after all, he was still not as good as before when he focused all his attention on cultivation. It seems that in the future, more time will be spent on improving cultivation and strength. Thinking of this, Qin Feng temporarily suppressed the idea of going out, turned around, returned to the Scripture Collection Pavilion, and walked towards the third floor of the Scripture Collection Pavilion. At the same time, Xiaozhong and Zhang Dao returned to their respective residences after separation. Hey, Yuanhua, why are you here? Xiaozhong looked at Yuanhua with some surprise. You don't really want to do that, do you? Yuanhua did not answer Xiaozhong's words, but asked, leaving Xiaozhong stunned. You don't understand, I have no way out. Afterwards, Xiaozhong stopped talking. After returning to his residence, he closed the door tightly and started practicing Lai Ri Ju. Just kidding, it cost him 480 points. If he failed to establish his presence in front of Elder Xiao this time, he would be in trouble. On the other side, although Zhang Qing was still angry, she still advised Zhang Dao not to mess around like Xiaozhong. When he saw that his brother didn't listen, he was so angry that he left Zhang Dao's residence. One day later, Xiaozhong and Zhang Dao met again. How is it? Xiaozhong showed an extremely proud look on his face. I have successfully run Zhou Tian a long time ago. If I hadn't waited for you, I would have started practicing. A flash of disdain flashed across Zhang Dao's face. Fart, I won't talk nonsense to you, let's see how I clean up your bad mouth. Xiaozhong jumped up immediately. He had recovered his figure these days. From a distance, he looked like a round ball bouncing up from the ground and slamming into Zhang Dao fiercely. At the same time, an extremely high temperature rippled across Xiaozhong's body, and even his skin turned fiery red, and a wisp of flame slowly rose up. Zhang Dao snorted when he saw this, and his whole body suddenly exuded endless chill. However, when he thought that the side effects of Bing Xinju were even stronger than Sha Yinju, he became extremely cautious. In an instant, the bodies of both parties collided violently. Bah! A large amount of mist rose, and a heat wave was accompanied by a cold current, which made Yuanhua and Zhang Qing who were watching on the side retreat again and again, especially Zhang Qing who had not yet established a foundation, and his whole body was numb with ice and fire. What's the noise? Here, Zhao Feng frowned and walked towards the direction of the fluctuation. Why are these two tough guys again? Is this Li Ju and Bing Xinju? When Zhao Feng saw Zhang Dao and Xiaozhong competing again, his head was pounding. You two guys, stop it. Zhao Feng immediately took action and interrupted the competition between the two. I said, can you two cause me less trouble? Okay. Zhao Feng scolded the two of them angrily. This group of outer disciples is difficult to manage, and he is tired. Deacon Zhao, you came at the right time. We have just mastered Liege art and Bingxin art not long ago. You are already a monk in the Yuanshan realm. Can you tell us the side effects of these two techniques so that we can be mentally prepared in advance? Xiaozhong looked at Zhao Feng expectantly, and Zhang Dao also had bright eyes. Quote? Zhao Feng was confused when he heard this. Side effects? What side effects? Are you stupid for practicing Ding Yang Kung Fu and Sha Yin Ju? These two techniques have no side effects at all. Zhao Feng looked at the two of them as if they were fools, gave them a warning look, telling them not to fight anymore, and then turned and left. Crazy. The two people who heard Zhao Feng's words fell silent at this moment. Intensive reading of Bai Shou Tai Zan Jing, qualification plus 10. Intensive reading of Bai Shou Tai Zan Jing, comprehension plus 10. Intensive reading of Bai Shou Tai Zan Jing, physical fitness plus 10. Intensive reading of Bai Shou Tai Zan Jing, lifespan plus 10. Read Bai Shou Tai Zan Jing carefully, qualification plus 20. Read Bai Shou Tai Zan Jing carefully, understanding plus 20. Read Bai Shou Tai Zan Jing carefully, constitution plus 20. Read Bai Shou Tai Zan Jing carefully, lifespan plus 20. Name Qin Feng. Qualification 7th grade, 42,430 50 thousandths. Comprehension 7th grade, 42,550 thousandths. Physique psychic body, 1,020 10 thousandths. Lifespan 202 years and 258 days remaining. Cultivation Body Forging Realm, Meat Refining, 5400s. Exercise. Jushao Jungfa, 2nd level, Alchemy Emperor Sutra, 1st chapter. Martial Arts. 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder Palm, Powerful Bull Demon Fist, 9 Heavens Thunder Escape, Sky Destroying Drawing Sword Technique. Secret Method. 5 Senses Sealing, Consciousness Sealing, Breath Gathering Technique, Sky Sealing Technique, Melting Pot Technique. Supernatural Power. Forged Golden Body, Green Blood Divine Ray. Qin Feng slowly placed the White Shou Taishuan Sutra in his hand on the bookshelf on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, and then walked down the stairs. When he broke through to the meat refining realm, he came to the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion with full confidence, thinking about seeing what books on the 3rd floor were worth reading. As a result, he found that the books on the 3rd floor were unable to break it open. He returned to the 2nd floor. Later, he was unwilling to try more than a dozen times before he discovered that not all the books on the 3rd level could not be broken, but a small part could still be broken. For example, he had already read the Bing Xin Ju and Li Ju that he had told Zhang Dao and Xiao Zhang before. Ever since he knew that his enthusiasm might have caused something wrong, Qin Feng always went through the memories in his mind before reading the classics to see if there were any corresponding annotations or annotations in the classics, and after making sure that there were no side effects, Qin Feng began to read intensively and carefully. In fact, Bing Xin Ju and Li Ju have no side effects. Just kidding, if it weren't for his excellent acting skills, he wouldn't be able to deceive those two people. Originally, he was quite panicked at first. After all, he was afraid that the two guys would ask in detail what the side effects of these two exercises were. In the end, they didn't ask and happily learned the exercises and left the Sutra Collection Pavilion. When Qin Feng received the points obtained by the two people, he felt that the matter was stable. Now, these two people must thank him. Qin Feng did good deeds without leaving his name. This wave of truth was that he had helped people again and gained points. A sense of inner satisfaction arose spontaneously, which made him feel that it was quite good to be able to help people. The 3rd level tomes have indeed doubled the bonuses to various attributes. If they are the 4th, 5th, or 13th level tomes, then if you read them intensively, I don't know how many attributes will be increased. Qin Feng sighed as he returned to his room. Nowadays, he does not pursue mastering every skill, although the attributes added after mastering the skill will skyrocket. But whether it was the 1st floor, 2nd floor, or 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion, the level of martial arts was not high. Even if he mastered it, he would probably not be able to use it in the future. Therefore, for these classics, he would only stop at intensive reading, and only take the initiative to master the martial arts that can really be used in the future, similar to the Alchemy Classic. Of course, the premise of all this is that there are enough ancient books. If the number is not enough in the end, you will have to add buffs from depth. Quiet, deathly silence. Even Zhang Qing and Yuan Hua felt that the atmosphere between them was not right after Deacon Zhao said those inexplicable words. Zhang Dao felt that at this moment, he could hear his heart beating extremely fast, and then a burst of blood rushed into his mind, making his eyes dizzy, and he suddenly felt that the whole ground was spinning. Brother! Zhang Qing was startled, but fortunately he reacted quickly enough and quickly came behind Zhang Dao and supported him. On the other side, Xiao Zhang's eyes gradually changed from dull to lifeless. At this moment, he even heard the sound of his own heart breaking. 480. 480. My points. My points. No, no. Xiao Zhang suddenly knelt on the ground and screamed in despair, which startled Yuan Hua beside him and quickly came to Xiao Zhang's side. Brother, although you have lost 480 points, you have gained nothing. If you use this Lai Ri Ju together with your Ding Yang technique, I think your strength can be improved again. By then, you may even be able to compete with the inner disciples of the spiritual light realm. Besides, with a technique like Li Ju that increases your foundation, you will have more chances to break through to the spiritual light realm in the future, which is not good. As monks, isn't it important that we seek immortality? Although Yuan Hua didn't know what level Li Ju was, he knew what the 480 points meant. That was the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Most of the books on this floor could only be practiced by spiritual light realm monks, of There are probably not many auxiliary techniques of the spiritual light realm that can be practiced in the foundation establishment realm, so it seems that they should be very high in terms of value and cost effectiveness. That's easy for you to say. If you return the 480 points to me, I'll give you liege. The facial features on Xiao Zhang's face were all squeezed together. 1,001 points could be exchanged for 1.1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Although no disciple was stupid enough to exchange them, if converted into a monthly payment, it could provide him with a more than 1,800 years. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhang felt even more painful. After hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Yuan Hua turned around and left. Just kidding, we are all friends, you are like this, I comfort you. But you're plotting to gain points from me. Then I'll excuse you. Li Mu, come here. On the other side, Elder Li from the outer courtyard was going to the alchemy courtyard today to buy some special elixir materials. As he happened to pass by the Sutra Collection Pavilion, Elder Xiao's voice rang in his ears, causing his body to tense up and his heart to tremble. Could it be that Elder Xiao wanted to hold me accountable for what happened to Qian Hong before? Thinking of this, Li Mu didn't want to go there, but due to Elder Xiao's strength, he could only come to the other party obediently. Elder Xiao, what's the matter? I'll give this to you. After selling it, give me the points. It can't be less than 3,000 points. Elder Xiao directly threw a storage bag to Elder Li. The latter opened it and looked at a pile of medicine bottles. 3,000 points. Aura or elixir from the Yuanshan realm. Why does Elder Xiao still have pills of this level? Finally, he opened a bottle of elixir and took a look. Hey, isn't this the 3 yuan elixir of the foundation establishment realm? No, shit, the best one also has the perfect Sanyuan Dan. Which alchemist has nothing to do but refine a lot of these things? Elder Xiao, can I ask which alchemist made this? You can just let him sell it himself. Elder Li knew that Elder Xiao was not good at refining elixirs, so he definitely couldn't have made it. Moreover, although there were other alchemists besides him in the outer sect, refining the 3 yuan pills of the foundation establishment realm was not worth the loss for them. The cost effectiveness too low. The little guy in the Sutra Pavilion practiced it, so why is there a problem? Elder Xiao glanced at Li Mu. Oh, it was the little guy in the Sutra Pavilion who practiced it. No problem, no problem. Wait a minute, are you talking about the new guard in the Sutra Pavilion? That boy who is still in the physical training realm did it. Elder Li's originally calm eyes suddenly widened in the next moment, looking at Elder Xiao in disbelief. Otherwise, could it be me? Take your things and leave immediately, don't bother me with this. Elder Xiao's closed eyes did not open, but he felt a little disgusted by this guy's nagging. Elder Xiao, I just want to go to the 6th floor of the Sutra Pavilion to find a book of alchemy. I will take care of the elixir when I come out. Do you think so? Li Mu blinked and said, Can. Just when Li Mu thought that the other party would not agree, he was immediately relieved when he heard the affirmative answer. He quickly took out his nameplate and handed it to Elder Xiao. Points minus 3,840. The points on the nameplate were suddenly reduced by 3,840, but these were nothing to him, an elder in the foreign deen, especially an alchemist. After Li Mu put away the nameplate, he directly entered the Sutra Pavilion. At the same time, Qin Feng also received the notice from Elder Xiao at the same time. 6th floor of Sutra Pavilion. Qin Feng was also a little surprised. You must know that in the more than half a year since he arrived at the Scripture Collection Pavilion, not to mention the number of people on the 6th floor of the Scripture Collection Pavilion, there were very few people on the 5th floor. After all, he knew that the points required for each level of the Sutra Pavilion doubled. Ordinary disciples simply cannot bear this kind of spending power. After thinking about it, he arrived in front of the formation in advance and waited for the people who came in from the gate of the Sutra Pavilion. On Li Mu's side, the moment he stepped out of the Sutra Pavilion formation, he saw the young man standing not far in front of him. You are Qin Feng, right? I am Li Mu, the elder of the outer courtyard, and also the deacon of the Alchemy Academy. Elder Xiao has entrusted me with the elixir you refined. Are you interested in joining the Alchemy Academy and following me to become a real alchemist? Li Mu did not waste any unnecessary nonsense, but went straight to the point and stated his purpose. The more he looked at this kid, the more he liked him. He was young, and although his cultivation level was only at the copper skin level, his talent in alchemy was one of the best. He could actually make 3 yuan pills at the foundation building level, and they were all perfect grade. If this was done under his guidance, I'm afraid he would be able to refine the first level of elixir in another 3 to 5 years. He knew very well that how far he could go in alchemy had a lot to do with his talent. If he could train a disciple who could refine the Yilu Law Realm elixir, he would be proud in the Alchemy Academy. Li Mu became extremely angry when he thought of those guys in the alchemy courtyard. This is why he usually stayed in the outer courtyard. Thinking of this, Li Mu's eyes lit up when he looked at Qin Feng. Just kidding, after seeing me, the elder, do you still want to run away? You can't escape from the palm of my hand, elder. Does this old man have some special hobby? And under the guise of making alchemy, he extended his magic hand to me. Feeling Li Mu's malicious gaze, Qin Feng felt bad. No, he was puzzled. The huge Nine Heavens Holy Land had tens of millions of disciples, so why did he only meet some weird people? Moreover, even if the other party does not have any special hobbies, he does not intend to leave the Sutra Pavilion. What is this place? This is where he made his fortune. The feeling here is much better than that of any alchemy academy. The books are many and interesting, and they can also improve his strength. He really likes the Sutra Pavilion. I disappoint Elder Li. I am just a small guardian. Alchemy is also a hobby in my spare time. I am very satisfied with my job as a guardian. Qin Feng's words made Li Mu's eyes widen, and he looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. His extremely dignified elder of the outer dean and deacon of the Alchemy Academy invited you, a keeper of the Sutra Pavilion, to join the Alchemy Academy, but you were rejected. If this spreads out, will he still want his old face? Okay, you are aloof and arrogant, right? If you have some talent, you don't know what your last name is, right? There are so many geniuses in our holy land, and there are even more people who want to join the Alchemy Academy. Are you the only one missing? I don't want you anymore. There will be times when you cry and beg me. I'm so angry. Li Mu blew his beard angrily, glared at Qin Feng, then turned and left the scripture deposit pavilion. So fast. Before he left the Sutra Pavilion, Li Mu heard what Elder Xiao said. It was nothing at first, but when he thought that he had lost 3,840 points in just a few minutes, he became even more unhappy. Yes, I've got it. Elder Xiao, I'm leaving first. After saying this, Li Mu left quickly, thinking that he still had the elixir that Elder Xiao gave him. Those 3 yuan pills in the foundation building realm, even a bottle of 10 perfect yuan returning pills, only cost 100 points. There are also middle grade, top grade and top grade pills here, which can be sold for 1,005 points in total. It's so embarrassing that Elder Xiao still wants him to have 3,000 points. After co-writing, he was slaughtered again by Elder Xiao. This trip I had no more 5,030 points. Not only did I do nothing, but I was also very angry. Thinking of this, Li Mu was so angry that he wanted to throw something, but fortunately, he took his identity into consideration and suppressed his anger and walked towards Danyuan. Dingling. On the other side, before Qin Feng could return to his room, he received another notification from Elder Xiao, but this time the person who came in should be a handyman disciple. The other party only spent 120 points and could only enter the first floor of the Sutra Pavilion. It's junior brother Qin, my name is Lin Ru. What caught his eye was a tall, sweet-looking girl wearing a light green dress. When the girl smiles, she has 2 shallow dimples on her face. Coupled with her sweet appearance, she has a natural attraction. Senior sister, if you want junior brother's guidance, if you have anything, just ask. Junior brother, tell me everything you know. Qin Feng likes to look at beauties, because they make him feel good, especially beautiful beauties. In terms of appearance, the red-dressed Zhou Yu he had seen before was even worse than the Lin Ru in front of him. Therefore, Qin Feng was quite willing to chat with this soft-spoken girl. That, I don't know either. Junior brother, can you help senior sister get a skill from the 2nd level? Okay. Lin Ru's hands hugged Qin Feng's arms without leaving any trace while she was talking. The softness in that moment made Qin Feng's whole body tingle. What's going on? If the hard one doesn't work, how about the soft one? By the way, this is really pretty soft, at least it's C++. However, Qin Feng recovered in an instant. Just kidding, the enemy's sugar-coated bullets were already coming, so he couldn't let the opponent succeed. Then, a flash of regret flashed in his eyes, and he pulled out his arm without leaving any trace. My first time is gone. Sister, please respect yourself, I am a serious person. Furthermore, senior sister's points can only be used to select one skill or martial arts on the first floor, and cannot be used on the second floor. But I only have 120 points, so I can't get to the second level. I have accumulated these points for more than 10 years. Lin Ru showed a weak and helpless expression, which made Qin Feng feel that this guy was simply a born actor. Indeed, more than 10 years is quite a long time. I didn't expect that senior sister looks young, but turns out to be an old girl. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Lin Ru looked at Qin Feng in front of her in disbelief. What did she hear? Is the other party calling her old? Indeed, more than 10 years is quite a long time. I didn't expect that senior sister looks young, but turns out to be an old girl. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Ru felt that her blood pressure had definitely risen several degrees at this moment. Did he think he wouldn't bite him to death? No, she will have to rely on Qin Feng to get what she wants in the future. Can't be angry, can't be angry. Lin Ru quickly corrected her mentality, adding a touch of pity to her weak and helpless appearance. The rippling blue eyes made Qin Feng shiver in an instant. Good guy, he's straight up good guy. This senior sister is not good at literature but is good at martial arts, right? If he read it correctly, the other party was giving him a look, right? When things have developed to this point, Qin Feng can be said to be the leader of the two. The other party paid the points, and he can't drive her out, so he can just leave her here. If she goes to Elder Shao later and sues her for dereliction of duty, then I can't defend myself. Sister, please don't be embarrassed. With your points, I really can't help you get a skill on the second level. Junior brother, senior sister is now in the late stage of the marrow cleansing realm, and I want a technique to increase my success rate of foundation building. You also know that a foundation building pill does not guarantee that I can enter the foundation building realm. Moreover, senior sister Zhou Yu told me before that without you, she would not have been able to win the handyman disciple competition and obtain the source of that metallic evil spirit. Do me this favor. As long as junior brother doesn't go too far, senior sister will obey you, okay? Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng only felt a scent of fragrance hitting his nose, and saw Lin Ru taking a step in front of him. The tip of her nose was only a few millimeters away from his lips. Qin Feng was immediately numb. Are you using this to test me? Although he is not Lu Shahui, he knows his current situation better and cannot lose his job just because he makes a mistake. Thinking of this, he sighed, then turned around and went to the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Half an hour later, he handed an excerpt of the technique to Lin Ru. Sister, just watch it here. After reading it, I will destroy it. Qin Feng has never done this before. He doesn't know whether Elder Shao will know or what will happen after he knows it. If he is allowed to make up the other 120 points, then he still has 500 points. I'm afraid a quarter will be lost all of a sudden. Thank you, junior brother. Lin Ru wanted to hug Qin Feng with spring in her eyes, but he avoided her. Just kidding, this woman is too dangerous. He decided to stay away from this woman who was greedy for his body. An hour later, after watching Lin Ru leave the scripture collection pavilion, Qin Feng destroyed the excerpt in his hand. No matter how mysterious and dangerous the rumors are you still going to drink my foot washing water? Lin Ru still had that sweet expression on her face, but she was a little disdainful in her heart. He thought Qin Feng was some kind of tall-headed and six-armed figure, but now it seems that he is just an ordinary little monk. After returning to the female disciple's residence, Lin Ru glanced at the residence next to her. Zhou Yu had become an outer disciple since he successfully established the foundation. The residence of the outer sect female disciple is not in the same place as their handyman female disciple. After she left, the residence next to it has been empty. Afterwards, she returned to her room, closed her eyes, and began to practice the Su Envi Sutra she had just obtained from the Sutra Pavilion. The first step to complete any exercise is to successfully perform it for a week. As long as it can be completed for a week, then most of the exercises will be able to run on their own. Su Nv Jing is such a technique. After half a day, Lin Ru finally successfully ran the Su Nv Jing for a week. Feeling that my original strength, which had already increased in the late stage of the marrow cleansing realm, began to increase at a slow speed under the guidance of Su Nu Jing. The most intuitive change brought about is that her strength has increased. However, at this moment, the female meridian in the body seemed to be stimulated by something and started to run in the opposite direction. For a moment, Lin Ru's expression changed, and she quickly tried to twist it back to the normal daily movement. However, she found out that her little power was like a worm shaking a tree in front of this force that was moving in the opposite direction. Don't move. Soon, Lin Ru heard a sound that seemed to be shattering in the sea of consciousness, and then her mind sank into the sea of consciousness. When she saw an illusory vortex hovering above the sea of consciousness, emitting a ray of white light, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But before the breath was even halfway released, a crack appeared around the whirlpool. Click. At the moment when she was stunned, the crack suddenly grew larger and spread directly to the whirlpool. Boom. The next second, the vortex shattered in Lin Ru's sea of consciousness. Puff. Lin Ru's face turned extremely pale in the blink of an eye, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood. After squirting the blood, she felt that her body was extremely smooth, and her menstruation, which was originally running in reverse, returned to normal. But Lin Ru didn't care about this, instead her consciousness was immersed in the sea of consciousness again. When she saw that the original vortex in the sea of consciousness had disappeared and she couldn't sense it at all, Lin Ru panicked completely. She couldn't live without that whirlpool, because behind that whirlpool, her soul was hidden. That's right, it's Yuenshin. Ah, you and I are at odds with each other. She finally saw it, so Qin Feng definitely did it on purpose. My predecessors will not deceive me, but there is no regret medicine anymore. It's just that Qin Feng couldn't see Lin Ru's reaction. If he saw it, he would definitely think that this guy bit Lu Dongbin and didn't know a good heart. Lin Ru's extremely harsh voice startled the surrounding female disciples. However, when they thought of Lin Ru's strength among the female disciples, these female disciples who were originally dissatisfied all turned off their fire. What could they do? Well, whoever has the bigger fist is right. At this moment, Lin Ru's face turned green due to the loss of contact with the whirlpool of the sea of consciousness. However, her face did not turn green for long. A psychedelic aura quietly spread out from her body. Lin Ru felt this aura. There was incomparable shock and anger in his eyes at first, and then in an instant, the shock and anger in his eyes quickly receded, returning to the innocence before. Xiaoro, are you okay? At this moment, Zhou Yu's voice came from outside the door. Lin Ru blinked, then stood up and opened the door, and saw Zhou Yu standing outside. Sister Yu, why are you here? What's the matter? Lin Ru tilted her head, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. I can't come and see you if I have nothing to do. You are hurt. Are you okay? The moment Zhou Yu stepped into the room, she saw a mouthful of blood on the ground. Her expression immediately changed, and she placed her palm directly on Lin Ru's wrist, feeling the other person's breath. Injured? No, I am fine. Lin Ru shook her head, thinking Zhou Yu's words were strange. How could she be hurt? You're not hurt, so is this your menstrual period? Zhou Yu asked, pointing to the blood on the ground. Su Nv Jing, an auxiliary exercise of the ancient sect Wenyuan, is one of the basic exercises of Wenyuan. People who practice this exercise will have a better temperament as the power of Su Nv Sutra in the body deepens day by day. It will become colder and colder. As for Wenyuan, one of the very few sects that only accepted female disciples in ancient times. It was also quite strong at that time. It was one of the few large sects where all female monks were employed, and the people in the sect were as high as the sect leader and elders. Down to the disciples, all of them are extremely beautiful. Monks like us should practice seriously, pursue the path to immortality, and avoid engaging in those external evil ways. Senior sister, you will understand junior brother's good intentions in the future. In the Sutra Pavilion, Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth and shook his head slightly, saying that Lin Ru would definitely not be able to notice this change when she started practicing Su Nu Sutra. By the time she discovered it, it would be too late. He originally wanted Lin Ru to retreat when she saw the difficulties, but this woman was not only unsatisfied but also touched him, trying to get a small advantage from him. He couldn't bear it anymore and directly went to the second floor for her. A copy of Su Nv Jing. The idea that your temperament will become colder and colder after practicing cultivation is just a glorified statement. After all, it's a nunnery's technique. After practicing it, it's called sealing the heart and locking love. I'll see if you still do it randomly the next time we meet. Are you kidding me? Do you think you are a woman and I have to accommodate you? I will do it directly to avoid future troubles. And Qin Feng felt that after Lin Ru found out, she would definitely not come to the Scripture Deposit Pavilion again for some time in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt very comfortable, and it seemed that Elder Shao didn't notice it, which made Qin Feng even more relaxed. No, if I encounter such a female disciple again in the future, I have to be careful. As the saying goes, if you always stand by the river, your shoes will not get wet. If you are discovered by Elder Shao, there may be some punishment. Although Lin Ru's matter was solved, Qin Feng didn't think it would always be okay if he did it this way, so he decided not to do it this way if he could. If he had to do it this way, then do it to avoid future troubles. Well, to avoid future troubles. I am the guardian of the Sutra Pavilion who is extremely upright and upright. Senior brother, please go slowly. Junior brother will definitely visit us another day. Qian Hong clasped his hands in his fists, and after seeing off the two young men, turned around and returned to his small courtyard. Different from the handyman disciples and the outer disciples, the residence of the first two is just a house. The only difference is that the outer disciples' house is larger and there is an open space in front of the house, while the inner disciples can already have an independent small courtyard and equipped with retreat practice room. If the inner disciples want to practice in seclusion, they can also activate the defensive formation in the small courtyard. Junior brother Qian is really a busy man. I have seen people constantly coming in and out of your small courtyard these past few days. The moment Qian Hong turned around and stepped into his small courtyard, a sudden sound behind him shocked his body. There was no one there just now, but in this short moment, the person who came was far stronger than him. Qian Hong took a deep breath and turned around, a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. It turns out that senior brother Wang is here. Senior brother, please come in. Qian Hong put away the shock in his heart and quickly invited someone into his small courtyard. Wang Zan, Earth Grade Foundation Builder, ranks third among the inner disciples, and his strength has reached the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual light realm. Not only that, there was an inner Dean Elder from the heavenly sacrifice realm who wanted to accept him as his disciple, but he didn't agree. In his heart, only the semi-holy realm above the heaven of sacrifice is the existence that he wants to become his disciple. The reason why he is so confident is entirely due to his strength and ground-level foundation building that far exceeds others. The three levels of earth and heaven build the foundation. The ordinary level builds the foundation for the foundation building elixir. The earth level builds the foundation for the origin of the evil spirits of the 5 elements. The heaven level builds the foundation for the origin of heaven and earth. In the earth grade foundation building, it is also divided into 3, 6 or 9 levels. Like him and Zhou Yu, who has now become an outer disciple, they both build foundations based on the source of evil energy with a single attribute. Although they are earth-level foundations, their potential is definitely not as high as those based on multiple sources of evil energy. As for Wang Zan in front of him, when he was building the foundation, all the sources of evil spirits from the 5 elements were gone, which was the strongest 5-element foundation building among the earth-grade foundations. Therefore, it can be said that as long as he practices normally, it will be easy for him to become the core and direct disciple in the future, even at the level of the Holy Sun. The only difficult thing is the order above the Holy Sun. Those people are the top beings among the disciples of the Holy Land. Each of them is famous even on the continent at their feet. Their status is equivalent to that of the inner Dean Elder, so this is why Wang Zan did not accept the inner Dean Elder as his disciple. Junior brother, I heard about your reputation in the inner courtyard before I even arrived at the inner gate. Wang Zan walked into the small courtyard and sat on the stone pier of the small courtyard without hesitation. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the stone pier opposite. Qian Hong also sat down when he saw this. Senior brother has promoted me, but it doesn't have a good reputation. If possible, I don't even want to have this reputation. Qian Hong was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He didn't know what Wang Zan meant by coming. Logically speaking, although he has greater potential than those inner disciples who have broken through to the spiritual light realm through mortal foundation building, he still needs your 5 elements foundation building. Will the top 3 inner disciples, who are about to become core disciples, visit in person? Don't be nervous. I don't have any thoughts about you. I just came to take a look and get to know you. After all, every time a new inner disciple comes, everyone will get to know each other so that we can take care of each other in the future. Cultivation is not a one-person practice, but a group of people helping each other. Wang Zan's words shocked Qian Hong. He did not expect that Wang Zan, who was already a genius in building the 5 Elements Foundation, could say such words. What senior brother said is that junior brother has learned a lesson. Okay, let's go. Wang Zan stood up with a smile, patted Qian Hong's shoulder and walked out. He stood up again within 2 steps of walking out. I heard that the Shantianyiki Sutra you practice was found for you by the guardian of the pavilion. Well, yes, but it's also what I asked for. Qian Hong didn't know what Wang Zan meant, so he could only tell the truth. This new cabinet guard is quite interesting. Wang Zan waved his hand, telling Qian Hong not to send him off. The moment he left the small courtyard, his figure had disappeared. Qian Hong was still in shock. Although Wang Zan's cultivation was only at the peak of the spiritual light realm, his strength was by no means as simple as the spiritual light realm. Jushao Holy Land is, after all, one of the 5 holy lands in the eastern wasteland, and the geniuses within its sect are unmatched by ordinary sects. At the same time, in the 9 Heavens Holy Land, inside the Danyuan, one of the 4 courtyards. Old man Li, why are you here? Didn't you say that you will never set foot in our alchemy academy again until you find a disciple who can inherit your mantle? What, you just found a disciple? In the Danyuan, when a hot-figured woman saw Li Mu, an intriguing smile appeared on her face. Mada, why did you meet this woman? It's true that you didn't read the almanac when you went out today. When Li Mu saw this woman, his whole face was trembling, and his teeth were almost broken by him. He never expected that he would meet Lan Ying today. This woman was one of the deacons of the Alchemy Academy who loved to confront him. However, this can't be blamed on her. It was really because he offended this woman too hard in the first place. Li Mu himself is a relatively old-fashioned old man. Apart from practicing and refining alchemy, he basically doesn't care about other things. As a result, he is not only old-fashioned and unreasonable, but also offends many people in the Alchemy Academy. If his own abilities were not among the best among the deacons of the Alchemy Academy, he would have been pushed to the margins long ago. But even so, he felt that he no longer wanted to stay in Danyuan, so he went to the outer courtyard to get the position of elder. Lanying, don't look for trouble. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Li Mu knew that he couldn't quarrel with her, but he didn't want to admit defeat. After saying something tough, he walked directly around the woman and walked into the alchemy courtyard. Hey, Mom, I'm just arguing with you today, but I want to see what kind of medicine you are selling in this gourd today. Lan Ying blinked and followed Li Mu. The old man knew that once this girl wanted to break up with her, he would have to stop doing his own business, so he simply ignored Lan Ying behind him and walked into the Dan Pavilion. The Dang, one of the institutions of the Danyuan, is the place where the tasks of the Danyuan are released, and where materials and elixirs are sold. At the same time, it also provides alchemists with alchemy furnace rental, alchemy room rental and other services. Walking into the gate of the alchemy pavilion, Li Mu saw many alchemists communicating on the first floor. After taking one look, he withdrew his gaze and walked to the counter in the middle of the first floor. Hello, I want to sell the elixirs and buy some other elixirs. After saying that, Li Mu handed over his nameplate. Hello, Deacon Li, do you want to sell Dao Dan or Tian Dan? A young girl behind the counter glanced at Li Mu. She had an amazing memory and knew that Li Mu had not been in the Danyuan for some time. Well, none of them. Li Mu suddenly felt embarrassed. Dao Dan can be used by those who have reached the semi-saint realm, while Tian Dan is suitable for Yuanshan and pure Yang realm monks. If he made the elixir himself, it would definitely be a Dao elixir. But the problem is, didn't he just use up a furnace of Dao Dan because of the incident between Xiaozhong and Zhong Dao? Is that a holy elixir? After hearing Li Mu's words, the girl's eyes lit up and she exhaled softly, causing the other two service staff at the counter to look over. Can you refine a holy elixir? Wouldn't that be the elixir king? One of the young men said, looking at Li Mu with eyes full of light. They were all the descendants of handymen and outer disciples who had some talent in alchemy. They were selected and brought to the Alchemy Academy. If you can practice elixirs in the Alchemy Academy in the future and become an independent alchemist, your status will not be lower than that of the outer disciples, and you can even be as good as the inner disciples. Impossible. Old man Li, can you refine the holy elixir with those two brushes? Why don't you say you can refine the emperor's pill? Lan Ying's voice happened to sound behind him. Mud, this fool, can't be angry, can't be angry. Li Mu, when had he ever been so angry? No, it seemed that he was angry with a young man today, so he forgot about it and left the Danyuan after finishing it quickly. Thinking of this, Li Mu bit the bullet and spoke directly. It's a magic pill. Afterwards, Li Mu handed all the elixirs refined by Qin Feng to the girl. The latter did not despise Li Mu. After all, the deacons of the Alchemy Academy all had real special skills. How could he despise a deacon of the Alchemy Academy? Only a mentally retarded person would do it. Then the girl put these pills, bottles and sheets into an instrument. Immediately afterwards, a series of numbers will be displayed in the instrument, corresponding to whether it is medium quality, top quality, or perfect. Mid-grade Wei Yuan pill. Mid-grade Wei Yuan pill. High-grade Wei Yuan pill. Perfect recovery pill. Perfect Zhang Yuan Dan. Perfect explosive Yuan Dan. Hearing the sound from the instrument, Lan Ying, who was behind Li Mu, raised her eyebrows. The elixir was not made by this old man. With this guy's strength, refining the 3 Yuan Dan of the Foundation establishment realm doesn't have to be of the highest quality and perfect. Is it possible that this guy really found a disciple? Lan Ying muttered, then her eyes rolled and her thoughts came to her mind. Perfect ultimate Yuan Zhang Dan. Perfect ultimate exploding Yuan Dan. At this moment, 2 more sounds came from the instrument, which made Li Mu startled and looked at the girl, who was also confused. Of course she knew the chill of the limit of perfection, that is, a perfect elixir with an efficacy of 100%, which has surpassed 99% of the efficacy, but it has not yet reached the realm of one line above 100%. However, according to the knowledge taught by the elders before, it is difficult to refine the elixir of the perfect limit. Once refined, it means that the alchemist who has refined the elixir of the perfect limit has the potential to refine the elixir of the 9 patterns domain. On Li Mu's side, after hearing the sound of the instrument, he quickly reached out and took out the 2 bottles of elixirs, opened them, and looked inside. Sure enough, there was an illusory line on the flowing elixir that was difficult to detect. He had not looked carefully before. Hiss. Li Mu took a breath, and then his eyes showed a rare look of determination. This kid must become his disciple, even if he is kidnapped. How could such a good talent be left in the Sutra Pavilion and never see the light of day? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If it really didn't work, I cried and begged him. That boy wouldn't look at me, an old man, crying in front of him. At this moment, Li Mu directly overturned his previous heroic words. What is face? Can it be eaten or can it be used to make elixirs? Little girl, how many points do these elixirs have in total? Li Mu thought of this, looked at the girl and urged. Wait a moment, I'll do the math for you right away. The dazed girl also reacted very quickly and quickly started counting her points. Deacon Li, the total is 3,250 points. 2 bottles of the ultimate perfect elixir, 1 bottle worth 1,000 points. The price of the perfect limit is 10 times that of the perfect elixir. Of course Li Mu knew this, because he had refined a perfect elixir before, but it was just a heavenly elixir. Okay, according to the things on this list, get me the elixir materials, hurry up. Master, what do you want from me? On the other side, a girl with some baby fat and wearing a blue dress came to Lan Ying's side. Munger, do master a favor. Have you seen this bad old man? You can go to the outer courtyard later to find out who this bad old man has been in contact with during this period. You must remember that this old man must not find out, otherwise I will not be able to spare you. The girl blinked her eyes, a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Ah, master, Elder Li is also an elder of the outer courtyard after all. Isn't it a bit bad for me to do this? Ah, what, there's nothing wrong with it. It's great. If you can't be prepared, you still have a junior brother. Go quickly, don't be so rude. Lan Ying glared at her apprentice, who was good at everything but too soft-tempered and easily bullied. Sometimes her temper makes Lan Ying, as a master, unable to help but bully her. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Hearing Lan Ying's words, a big question mark appeared on Yi Menger's head. Why are you still standing there? This kid is really... Lan Ying looked at Yi Menger, who was stunned, and couldn't help but feel angry. The little girl was very talented, but her brain reaction was a bit slow. Angry, Lan Ying directly rubbed the little girl's baby fat face hard, looked at the skin that could be broken by blowing, and squeezed again. It felt really good. Master, it hurts. Yi Menger's little face showed a touch of pain, which made Lan Ying smile on her face. If you don't go do something, be careful and I'll cut you. Lan Ying was about to fight, but Yi Menger ran away with an embarrassed look. With such a master on the stall, she said that she was also very tired. After seeing Yi Menger leave, Lan Ying stared at Li Mu, who was buying elixirs in front of her. She had to find a way to hold him back, and judging from his appearance, she probably didn't know that the bottle contained 3 levels of perfect elixirs. Yuan Dan. Is it possible that the other party has not become Old Man Li's disciple? Thinking of this, Lan Ying's eyes burst out with a strong light. Since she didn't become Old Man Li's disciple, she had to rely on her own abilities. On the other side, Qin Feng would never have thought that if he had just refined a few bottles of elixirs, why would he want one more person to refine the elixirs? It's just that alchemy is a leisurely activity, so let him leave the Sutra Pavilion for the sake of alchemy. That is impossible. At this moment, he is diligently studying the 2nd and 3rd level classics to steadily improve his strength. This is a long accumulation process. Of course it is not boring but quite interesting for Qin Feng. Because, whether it is martial arts secrets, or legends and anecdotes, he is just like reading a novel, and he enjoys it. You know, with his understanding that he is about to advance to the 6th level, even if he does not pursue mastery of these skills and martial arts at the 1st and 2nd levels, he can still have a general understanding, almost at his fingertips. This means that although Qin Feng has not fully mastered these skills and martial arts, he already has a gap in his chest. Hey, another day without points. It's not an option to always sit back and have nothing but nothing. Qin Feng felt a little nostalgic about the days when Xiao Zhang, Zhang Dao, Qian Hong and Zhou Yu came to him and they could all get some points. Although he had just received a sum of 500 points from Elder Xiao, and now he has 501 points, which is a huge sum of money, he can't slack off because of this, can he? We still have to open up new growth poles. Otherwise, he might actually have to make alchemy and sell it to make money in the end. You're not hurt, so is this your menstrual period? Zhou Yu looked at Lin Ru with a strange expression. Her pulse did not look like she was injured, but the breath in her body fluctuated slightly. That's weird, what is the blood on the ground? Lin Ru looked at the blood on the ground with a puzzled look. The problem was that she didn't know why there was a mouthful of blood here, and she was not injured. Seeing that Lin Ru's confused look didn't look like she was faking it, Zhou Yu said nothing more. I came to you to ask if you would like to keep me company over there at the outer gate. I have made new acquaintances with some sisters from the outer sect, and the rooms for the outer sect disciples are very large, and the beds are big and soft, making it easy to play together. Zhou Yu looked at Lin Ru seriously, and the latter's face suddenly turned pink. Ahem, Sister Yu, I won't go. There's no reason for you to build a foundation. I'm still staying in the body forging realm. I'll go find you after I build a foundation, right? Lin Ru plucked up the courage and said. That's okay. It's true that I was a little negligent. Then you can practice well here. If you need anything, tell me later and I'll bring it to you. I still have some points. If the foundation establishment pills are not enough, I will redeem them for you. Then I'll leave first. Zhou Yu understood what Lin Ru meant and said nothing. After saying hello to Lin Ru, he turned and left. Thank you, Sister Yu. Goodbye, Sister Yu. After Lin Ru closed the door, she looked at the blood on the ground, her eyes full of doubts. What was she doing before? Why did you forget it again? Oops, my memory is messed up again. Will I develop Alzheimer's disease if this continues? Lin Ru hammered her head, and then began to clean the blood in the room. Wang Zan has met Elder Xiao. Well, Elder Xiao. At this time, Wang Zan's figure appeared in front of the Sutra Pavilion. Under the setting sun, Wang Zan's figure was stretched extremely long and narrow. Hey, boy Wang Zan, it seems you haven't been here for a while. I thought you went into seclusion to advance to Yuanshan. Elder Xiao slowly opened his eyes. It was obvious that even Elder Xiao knew that although this boy was an inner disciple, his future was limitless, so he rarely said a few more words. Of course, it was limited to this. He had seen disciples who were more talented than Wang Zan, young and old. It was purely because Wang Zan last came to the Sutra Pavilion a few years ago that he mentioned this. Originally, I was going to be promoted to Yuan Shen, but the disciple felt that he was still a little behind, so he wanted to come to the Sutra Pavilion to obtain scriptures. After hearing Wang Zan's words, Elder Xiao was expressionless, but he was still very satisfied with Wang Zan's attitude. Look at this attitude, it is the attitude of monks of my generation. If the disciples in the Holy Land have this attitude, why worry about our Jushao Holy Land not becoming the #1 Holy Land in the Eastern Wasteland, and even the #1 Holy Land in the mainland? How many floors do you want to enter? Disciples don't know, I think it should be the 4th floor, right? Wang Zan actually came to the Sutra Pavilion for a purpose, but he didn't know which floor that skill was on. With his financial resources, he could even enter the 6th or 7th floor, but what would happen if he got in? The Jushao Zhengfa of the Jushao Holy Land is the cornerstone of all the profound exercises in the Holy Land. If a disciple gets the opportunity to read the Bible or even higher level classics, even if he practices the Jushao Zhengfa, there is no need to eliminate it, but on the basis of the Jushao Zhengfa, directly practicing higher level exercises will get twice the result with half the effort. But the skills above the Bible are not only placed on the 6th or 7th floor, so Wang Zan will not go up even if he has points. It was even more because he had heard from an elder in the Holy Land that the technique should be placed below the 4th floor. 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion, 960 points. Go in. Wang Zan took the nameplate with a calm expression, as if the nearly 1,000 points could not arouse his mood swings at all. Afterwards, Wang Zan strode into the Sutra Pavilion. Qin Feng has been waiting at the exit of the formation for a long time. Those who can go up to the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion must be core disciples. Aren't their qualifications higher than those of the inner disciples? Can't afford to offend. Thinking of those inner disciples whose noses were on top of their foreheads, Qin Feng expressed his respect and hugged Lao Tai. Aha! The moment Wang Zan stepped out of the formation, he saw Qin Feng waiting outside the formation. Copperskin Realm. With this kind of cultivation, even if you become a palace guard, it will only last for a few decades, right? How could the previous cabinet minister find such a successor? At least he needs to strengthen his muscles or forge his bones. Similar doubts flashed through Wang Zan's mind, but he only had questions in his mind and did not speak out. This is junior brother Qin, I'm the inner sect King Zan. It turns out to be senior brother Wang, whom I have admired for a long time. Oh, junior brother, have you ever heard of me? Wang Zan asked in surprise. That's not true. ... Wang Zan was so hung up that he couldn't breathe. You didn't listen to me, so you've been lying on your back for a long time. Qin Feng was also speechless. I was just being polite, but who knew someone would come up to me? Well, Wang Zan, who was ranked 3rd in the inner sect, was marked as a fool by Qin Feng in the first meeting. Senior brother, do you have any books that you are optimistic about? Or should you let your junior brother guide you? I want to find a classic called Ti Jing. I don't know where it is on the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. As soon as Wang Zan said these words, he immediately won Qin Feng's favor. We are both fallen people in the world, why should we meet before? Brother, you are so brave, I respect you as a man. Well, you are the same as me. You said the Ti Jing is not on the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Could it be on the 3rd floor? No, that's not the case. The Bodhi Sutra is on the 1st floor. ... Wang Zan clenched his fist slightly. He spent 960 points to solve the problem that could be solved with 120 points. Okay, very good. Here, give it. Qin Feng looked at Wang Zan's motionlessness and thought that this boy didn't know where the Ti Jing was, so he simply walked to the bookshelf where the Ti Jing was placed, took down the Ti Jing, and handed it over. King Zan. Wang Zan took the Ti Jing, and was about to look through it. The moment he took it, he felt that the technique seemed incomplete, and then he looked at Qin Feng. Is this Ti Jing incomplete? Well, probably only half of it. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Zan frowned. If it was half, if there was something wrong with his practice, it would be serious if it affected his foundation. But now that you have come, it is absolutely impossible to return it without looking at it. Afterwards, Wang Zan was ready to read this half of the Ti Jing. Well, Senior Brother Wang, please forgive me for being frank. This Ti Sutra may be a bit difficult. You'd better be prepared before practicing. Qin Feng felt that on the one hand, he could not expose the fact that he was practicing the Ti Jing, on the other hand, he also wanted to give Wang Zan a piece of advice. After all, practicing this thing is really painful and makes you doubt life. Thank you, junior brother, for the reminder. We are different, Wang Zan said casually. Qin Feng blinked and said cautiously and tentatively, everyone has a different situation. Quote ? Wang Zan was stunned and looked at Qin Feng across from him. The atmosphere between the two seemed a little strange for a moment. He was so confused. I said we are different because you, a guardian who can't even build a foundation, and I, an inner disciple of the Five Elements Foundation, have a huge gap between us. Difference. Why are you still facing me? You're right. Why are you still singing? As for Qin Feng, he immediately regretted it after he opened his mouth. This was a subconscious reaction. I really don't blame him. Fortunately, Wang Zan didn't care about this. Instead, after looking through the Ti Jing, he found that this thing seemed to be really difficult, so he planned to write it down and go back to practice. However, when he started to remember, he found that he couldn't even remember the first movement. Once he remembers it, he will automatically forget it in his mind. It's like an eraser. He writes down here and the eraser erases over there. Immediately afterwards, Wang Zan's stubbornness grew. He still didn't believe it. It was really magical that a single exercise could erase his memory. Then, Qin Feng watched Wang Zangku Dacho Shen stare at the first movement of the Ti Jing, with a deep expression on his face. Half an hour, 1 hour, an hour and a half. It was not until 2 hours later that Qin Feng saw that Wang Zan's time was almost up, and he was ready to remind him. After all, this guy's eyes were already bloodshot, which was a sign of high fatigue. Maid, don't forget it. I don't remember it. I'm learning how to ride a horse right now. Wang Zan looked directly at the first movement in the Ti Jing, and wanted to learn it. Senior Brother Wang, wait a moment. Qin Feng decisively interrupted Wang Zan. Looking at the latter's somewhat stubborn face, he reminded him again. Senior Brother Wang, this Ti Jing is not very easy to learn, and your time is almost up. Qin Feng wanted to use time to attract Wang Zan's attention. It's okay. If you don't have enough time, I'll hit 2 more points. I have to learn this first move today. It won't be of any use even if the King of Heaven comes, I said so. Good guy, I'm going to tell you right now, you think this is an internet cafe, so I'll give you 2 points. Spend the combined 960 points without blinking an eye. Big dog owner. Qin Feng cursed secretly and was extremely envious. Only now did he understand what he said in his previous life. Everyone scolded Cao Cao, but everyone wanted to be Cao Cao. Seeing Wang Zan insisting on studying the Ti Jing, Qin Feng had already said everything he needed to say, and with a clear conscience, he simply ignored him and became an audience. On Wang Zan's side, he began to perform the first movement in the Ti Jing. As he continued to correct himself according to the movements in the Body Sutra, Wang Zan's body also made a clicking sound, and a touch of pain appeared between his eyebrows. Hiss. Wang Zan took a deep breath. Before he was even halfway through the move, he felt like his bones were about to break. Could it be said that this action was really not done by humans? But for the demon clan. He doesn't believe it. Even if the demon clan can do it, he can do it too. Thinking of this, Wang Zan's eyes flashed with perseverance. He gritted his teeth and made the first move in the Body Sutra in one breath. Immediately afterwards, a pain from his soul swept through his body. However, before he had time to feel the pain, a click suddenly came from his body. 2 ribs and 2 leg bones were broken. Ouch! A painful howl came from Wang Zan's mouth. At this moment, Wang Zan felt what pain was. The severe pain made his eyes turn white, and he immediately retreated from the first movement of the Body Sutra, and then his whole body collapsed directly on the ground of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Qin Feng shuddered when he saw this scene. For the first time, he saw others practicing the Ti Jing from the perspective of a bystander, which gave Qin Feng a deeper understanding of the perversion of the Ti Jing. However, he was a little strange, because Wang Zan's practice of physical sutra was obviously different from the way he practiced. He had a black figure in his mind and the outline of a villain in his consciousness, while Wang Zan made the physical sutra by himself. Actions in the sutra. He didn't understand why 2 people had 2 cultivation methods. Could it be that different people practice the Ti Jing in different ways? Just when Qin Feng was lost in thought, Wang Zan on the ground let out a muffled groan, which Qin Feng heard. "Oh, I'm sorry, sorry." Qin Feng was too distracted and forgot about Wang Zan lying on the ground. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. Senior brother Wang, can I help you leave the scripture collection pavilion?" After Qin Feng finished speaking, he was about to help Wang Zan on the ground. "Hey, don't move me, my ribs and leg bones are broken. Junior brother, please help me to ask Elder Shao." Wang Zan regretted a little. He shouldn't have heard rumors that practicing the Ti Jing can transform the body, stimulate potential, make people proud of their peers, and ride all the horses. It was a lie. At this moment, Wang Zan obviously had a shadow on the Ti Jing. "Okay, I'll go find Elder Shao." Qin Feng quickly ran towards the teleportation array and appeared outside the scripture collection pavilion in an instant. "Elder Shao, there is something that may require you to move." He didn't know how to describe it, so it was more practical to ask Elder Shao to go in directly. Elder Shao opened one eye and raised his eyebrows to look at Qin Feng, who was also a little embarrassed. Then, the old man stood up from the rocking chair and walked into the Sutra Pavilion. When he saw the somewhat inhuman Wang Zan on the ground and the Ti Jing beside him, he fell silent. A dead memory suddenly flashed into his mind at that moment and caught him off guard. At this moment, even though Elder Shao had advanced cultivation, he felt that his brain nerves were beating abnormally, and he was almost in trouble. Immediately, he took a deep breath and exerted an unintentional force to reconnect Wang Zan's broken ribs and leg bones. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Slow down, Elder, please slow down." Wang Zan only felt how painful he was just now, and now he felt it again. "Let's just say, Elder Shao, with your ability, I'm afraid it wasn't intentional." Wang Zan only dared to question in his heart, but he definitely did not dare to ask this question in person. After all, his life was still at stake. Qin Feng on the side looked at Wang Zan, who was shouting on the ground, and then at Elder Shao. Based on his intuition, this old boy definitely had a story, and it was also a story about the Ti Jing. After breaking through to the flesh-refining realm, Qin Feng's 5 senses increased greatly, and of course he noticed Elder Shao's breathing that was not deliberately hidden just now. Is it possible that Elder Shao once practiced the Ti Jing? Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and it seemed that Elder Shao was not missing any arms or legs. But then he thought, maybe Elder Shao was once like this, and maybe he was rescued by the Elder at that time. Qin Feng's mental activity was extremely active at this moment. It's just that Elder Shao would never have imagined that this kid would come up with such a drama for him in a short period of time. If he knew, well, he would probably crush this kid to death. A few seconds later, Wang Zan's whole body was soaked with cold sweat and pain, and there was a small puddle on the ground. Then Elder Shao stopped his hand, turned and left, leaving only Wang Zan, who was groaning. Hey, why does Elder Shao only do half of the work? Is he asking himself to send Wang Zan out? Senior brother Wang, can you still leave on your own? I'm afraid I'm going to trouble my junior brother. Although Wang Zan's bones were reattached by Elder Shao, his whole body ached and he had no strength at all, so he looked at Qin Feng with a hint of apology. Oh, senior brother is ready. Then let me help senior brother out of the Sutra Pavilion. Your time has expired, but I believe Elder Xiao will not charge you any more points. After saying that, Qin Feng directly helped Wang Zan up. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. No, did I just say I was fine? Kerosene, my kerosene is good. At this time, Wang Zan's eyes widened and he looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Now it seems that this guy's evil value in his eyes has skyrocketed. For a moment, Wang Zan felt that his blood pressure was rising, and then he was helped by Qin Feng to the door of the Sutra Pavilion. The moment Qin Feng let go, Wang Zan's legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground. However, at the most critical moment, he gritted his teeth and stood up forcefully. A real man, absolutely a real man. Qin Feng said that he rarely admired people, but senior brother Wang was one of them. Wait a minute, you're overtime, kid, collect your points. Elder Xiao's voice sounded out from behind Wang Zan at an inappropriate time, causing his body to tense up suddenly. Elder Xiao, well, I haven't gone to the 4th level before, and the technique is on the 1st level. I have enough points to stay for 8 hours. I don't think it's necessary. Although Wang Zan is not short of points, he doesn't want to be taken advantage of. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw the disciple nameplate on his body suddenly fly into Elder Xiao's hand, and the latter threw the nameplate into his hand again with one stroke. Points minus 960. At this moment, Wang Zan's blood pressure, which had just barely stabilized, rushed straight to his brain, making Wang Zan feel dizzy. Qin Feng, who was standing aside, shuddered and subconsciously covered his disciple nameplate. So cruel. This old man is definitely jealous of points. I have to save my points better. As for Wang Zan, he could only grit his teeth and drag his weak body out of the scripture depository pavilion, while Qin Feng obediently entered the scripture depository pavilion after Elder Xiao glanced at him. As for Elder Xiao, of course he knew that the Ti Jing was on the 1st floor, and that Wang Zan lasted less than 2 minutes, so he could turn a blind eye. However, if the points always remain with the disciples, how can they be motivated and practice hard? Therefore, he did this for their own good. Besides, if you work hard to earn points and don't use them, the interest will not increase. If you stay, you will make yourself slack, which is not conducive to spiritual practice in the long run. Therefore, disciples should not keep too many points in their hands and spend all the points they earn. If you can't spend it, help them yourself. Elder Xiao couldn't help but recall what a certain Holy Land elder once said to him when he was still a disciple. It is precisely because I have been caught in the rain that I lift someone else's umbrella. On the other side, Yi Menger also found Yuanhua and Zhongqing through the female disciples he met in the outer sect. Especially when the two of them learned that Zhang Dao, Xiaozhong and Qian Hong, who had become an inner disciple, had all been to the Sutra Pavilion during this time. Before that, she also got a consistent statement from Zhou Yu. That's right, the female outer sect disciple he knew was Zhou Yu. They met when they were still servant disciples. As for Qian Hong, of course she knew that there had been a lot of commotion the past 2 days. Even the inner disciples knew this celebrity. How could she not recognize him? Moreover, she, a future alchemist who is a disciple of the Alchemy Academy with a cute appearance and excellent personality, is very popular in the outer academy. Then she heard a new piece of news from an outer disciple. That is, Elder Li was called over by Elder Xiao when he was going to the Alchemy Academy and passing by the Sutra Tiding Pavilion. Then I don't know what the two of them said. After Elder Xiao gave Elder Li a storage bag, the outer disciple looked at it. Elder Li then entered the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. It seems that the source of all this points to the mysterious cabinet guard. Yi Menger's little eyes rolled, dimples appeared on her face, and then she turned and left. I said, Lan Ying, there is something wrong with you, you are always looking for trouble today. Li Mu was made impatient by Lan Ying. Although his alchemy skills were superior to Lan Ying's, his cultivation level was 1 level lower than Lan Ying's. If he made a move, he would be the one who got beaten. What's going on? If you don't accept it, hit me. Lan Ying pinched her waist with both hands, and the majesty on her chest stood like a mountain peak. Li Mu looked at Lan Ying, and the anger in his eyes gradually turned into a trace of suspicion. Isn't this fool seeing something? By the way, where did her former disciple go? Thinking of this, Li Mu's whole body was agitated, as if he thought of something, and with a touch of oil on the soles of his feet, he slipped away without Lan Ying paying attention. Whoosh! A gust of breeze blew past Yi Menger's side, almost blowing her up. Master, Master! Elder Li went to see Elder Xiao before he came here. Elder Xiao should have given the elixir to him. Then Elder Li went to the scripture depository pavilion for some reason. Yi Menger came to Lan Ying's side and said a series of words. Sutra Tiding Pavilion. A flash of light flashed in Lan Ying's eyes. The direction the little old man left just now was not the outer courtyard, but towards the forbidden area. Thinking of what Yi Menger said, Lan Ying suddenly figured it out. Haha, you are really a good disciple of Master, I will give you a reward. Boo. Lan Ying was caught off guard and kissed Yi Menger's cheek. You will have a junior brother soon. When the time comes, the Master will match you two up and become a family. Before the voice fell, Lan Ying's figure had disappeared, leaving only Yi Menger who looked confused. It was late at night, and the area within the Sutra Tibetan Pavilion, one of the 12 forbidden areas in the 9 Heavens Holy Land, was completely silent and there was no one around. Elder Xiao was still lying on his rocking chair and rocking. Suddenly, the old man raised his eyebrows, and Li Mu, who was rushing towards the Sutra Pavilion, felt an invisible force pick him up like a hand, and then threw him in front of the Sutra Pavilion. Ah ha ha, Li Mu has met Elder Xiao. Well, I want to enter the Sutra Tiding Pavilion. Li Mu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Then under Elder Xiao's gaze, a layer of sweat broke out on his whole back. After Elder Xiao heard this, Li Mu's nameplate flew in front of Elder Xiao without seeing any action from him. Points minus 3,840. Li Mu twitched his chin. He earned 7,680 points today. The problem was that he failed to get the first half of the points. No, things had to be done this time. As for the candidate for the guardian of the Sutra Pavilion, he would go back and find someone. Qin Feng can slowly cultivate that person, but the prerequisite is that he must make elixirs with him. Afterwards, Li Mu strode directly into the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion formation. As soon as Li Mu stepped in, Elder Xiao caught Lan Ying in front of her. And she also happened to see Li Mu entering the formation of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. You are a little old man, full of bad ideas. If you were hit by me today, just wait and drink my foot-washing water. Hello, Elder Xiao. Lan Ying wants to enter the Scripture Collection Pavilion. Elder Xiao followed suit, and after scoring another 3,840 points, he fell into deep thought. When these two people came over at this point, they didn't even have to think about who they were for. It was clear at a glance that it was definitely Qin Feng. Because of Qin Feng's presence, the speed at which he earned points during this period was much faster than before. If Qin Feng is regarded as an attraction, then he will be the one selling tickets. Thinking of this, a stream of light flashed through Elder Xiao's mind, and the old man's eyes lit up. If this kid's understanding of formations, weapon refining and talisman making is as good as alchemy, it would save a lot of trouble. When the time comes, people from the 4th hospital will come and collect a wave of points. It won't be too fun, okay. Moreover, even if this kid's understanding in the other 3 aspects is average, he can make those in the Alchemy Academy spend a lot of points just by refining alchemy. After all, Elder Xiao knows that this group of alchemists pays the most attention to inheritance. If an alchemy genius could be found, a group of alchemists would be eager to get into a fight. If this is the case, then I can't let those 2 boys and girls take away my people on my territory. Elder Xiao, who had figured everything out, lay firmly on the rocking chair, and the rhythm of the rocking chair was much more cheerful than usual. He did not get up and enter the Sutra Pavilion. After all, he still wanted to give people some hope. They just spent 7,860, no, 11,150 points. If he went in at this time and told the 2 people that he could not take the people away, wouldn't it make them desperate? When the 2 of them take the people out of the Sutra Pavilion, wouldn't it be over if I tell them that Qin Feng can't take them away? I simply don't want to be too good. Sure enough, you still think about others. Of course, it would be best if Qin Feng didn't go with the 2 of them. At this time, Qin Feng, who was already preparing to sleep, received the news from Elder Xiao and walked out of the room directly. Before he could reach the formation, he saw the elder who appeared during the day coming again. Is this guy unwilling to give up? Qin Feng sucked his teeth and said it was hard to collapse. Qin Feng, let me tell you, with your understanding, you will definitely become the alchemy king in the future. No, the alchemy emperor, you will definitely become the alchemy emperor and refine the holy pill or even the imperial pill. With a talent like yours, wouldn't it be a waste of resources if you put it in the Sutra Pavilion as a guardian? Follow me now. With my guidance, I will ensure that you can quickly build a foundation. A mortal body only has a lifespan of a few decades. Don't you want to live forever? For us alchemists, immortality is the easiest thing. Without saying a word, Li Mu directly took Qin Feng's arm and took him out. Qin Feng was stunned. You said it was okay, so why did you do it right away? Is there any heavenly law, is there any royal law? Let's just say, if you don't let go, you bad old man, I'm going to let Elder Shao go. Let Elder Shao bite you when the time comes. Li Mu, you let me go. At this moment, Lan Ying's figure appeared in the Sutra Pavilion. Seeing the scene in front of her, she came forward domineeringly, pressed her arms on the two people's arms, and freed Qin Feng. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lan Ying with gratitude in his eyes. Boy, you are mine. Lan Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with light as she looked at Qin Feng. Let's just say, Auntie, can you come up and stop saying such outrageous things? Although you are the aunt, we can't say who is the elder is right. Qin Feng lamented Lan Ying's figure, which can be called S++. It's a sigh of relief, but who am I, Qin Feng? A mighty and unyielding man. Elder Li, and this senior, I am not the material for alchemy. I think it's nice to be in the Sutra Pavilion, so I won't bother you too. Qin Feng said that even if he was going to die, he would have to sit in the Sutra Pavilion. You're such a stubborn kid, why don't you listen to me? Li Mu blew his beard and glared angrily, planning to use force. Boy, I am Lan Ying, the deacon of Danyuan. What is your name? Lan Ying glanced at Li Mu, with a look of contempt on her face. How do you accept someone as your disciple? Don't mislead me. Isn't this an obvious gift to me for free? Thank you, Mr. Li, you are such a good person. After Li Mu saw Lan Ying's contempt, he gasped in anger. He knew that encountering this idiot was destined to be bad, and it really came true. Deacon Lan, my name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng, right, how old are you this year? 18. Have you ever been married? Never. If that's the case, then you should be my disciple. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. How come he has to be your disciple even before he is married? Is it possible that the Condor heroes are going to be staged? Qin Feng looked at Lan Ying's figure and then at his own small body. Although he practiced the Ti Jing, he still had to avoid bending his waist. Before you, I had a female disciple who was kind-hearted and good-tempered. She was silly and sweet. When the time comes, you, senior sister and junior brother, will get married, and we will become a family. Seeing Qin Feng's doubts, Lan Ying's face showed a smile that you know, and then she spoke. Qin Feng. Good guy, let's talk about Butler Lan. Does your apprentice know how you described her? Chapter 41. After Wang Zan left the Sutra Pavilion, he limped until almost midnight before entering the area where the inner disciples lived. As a result, he ran into Qian Hong, who had also just returned. Qian Hong. Wang Zan. Senior brother Wang, are you coming out of the Sutra Pavilion? Qian Hong blinked and asked cautiously, there is only one of the 12 forbidden places in that direction, the Sutra Library Pavilion. Is this guy really going to find Qin Feng? He shuddered subconsciously. Now that he thought of Qin Feng, it felt like there were countless centipedes crawling inside his body, and his whole body felt bad. The psychological trauma caused by the Shantian Yiki Sutra was so great that even after being baptized by the pure Yang Thunder Tribulation, the side effects of the Shantian Yiki Sutra not only disappeared, but also made his foundation much stronger than the inner disciples of the same period. But now he feels uncomfortable when he thinks about things related to Qin Feng. Hearing Qian Hong's words, Wang Zan was speechless. He was tired and didn't want to talk anymore. Let's destroy it quickly. It's really a pot that you can't open. Then he said hello to Qian Hong and walked towards his small courtyard. As the top three in the inner sect, the small courtyard where he is located is naturally in the middle of all the disciples in the inner sect. There is still a long way to go before he can return to his own small courtyard. Just walk back like this. He has to wait until dawn, but his ribs and leg bones have just been reattached, and now it hurts whenever he exerts force. He doesn't dare to use his spiritual power at all. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's face couldn't help but appear in his mind. This annoying guy has never finished this matter. If Qin Feng knew what Wang Zan was thinking at this moment, he would definitely feel innocent. He reminded me several times in succession, why did this happen to him? Was it he who asked you to study the Ti Jing? You don't have the ability to find the person who asked you to study the Ti Jing, so you want to vent your anger on him, the guardian of the cabinet. Turn over the table.jpg. Qian Hong looked at Wang Zan's figure leaning on his waist, covering his chest and twisting his hips, and thought that at this speed, he might not be able to walk back tomorrow morning. So he took 2 quick steps and came to Wang Zan's side. Senior brother Wang, let me take you back. Wang Zan looked at Qian Hong, and then thought of Qin Feng, who was also a disciple of the Holy Land. How could there be such a big gap between people? At this moment, the two people's eyes seemed to see each other's pain and emotion, and everything was silent. Wang Zan patted Qian Hong on the shoulder. This guy can handle it. And Qian Hong suddenly had a feeling that he was a stranger in the world, so why did he know each other before? In this way, Qian Hong soon sent Wang Zan back to his small courtyard. Thank you so much, junior brother Qian, for what happened today. It's easy, senior brother, don't worry, I didn't see anyone tonight. Qian Hong was extremely sincere when he said this, which further strengthened Wang Zan's sense of him. This kid has to say that he is very measured in what he does and what he says. I, Wang Zan, have written this down. If anything happens in the future, come to me. Wang Zan's eyes flashed with a divine light and he said slowly. Thank you, senior brother. Then junior brother will leave first. After Qin Hong hugged his fists, he turned and left without any hesitation. He had his own pride. The reason why he sent Wang Zan back was because of what Wang Zan said to him in his small courtyard. It can be said that Qin Hong gained a lot from those words. On the other side, Qin Feng had no idea that he had not sent Wang Zan away, but had inadvertently established a friendship between 2 equally injured men. However, even if he knew it, he probably wouldn't care. After all, he was currently trapped between 2 people, one old and one old. Lanying, let me tell you, if you want Qin Feng to become your disciple, you can't even think about it as long as I'm here. Li Mu was so angry that the whole little old man was filled with anger. As the saying goes, he was full of anger. What do you think this is? If he hadn't met Lan Ying in the Alchemy Academy, Qin Feng would probably have agreed to make alchemy with him at this moment. Mad, I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. One characteristic of alchemists is that no matter whether they are good or bad at alchemy, they have a particularly bad temper, which is flammable and explosive. Sure enough, after Li Mu said the harsh words, Lan Ying showed a dangerous look and clenched her hands into fists. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, even if you take action, I'm not afraid of you. If you do something in the Sutra Pavilion, think about the consequences first. Li Mu's face seemed to have thought of something at the moment when he was filled with anger, and he immediately puffed up his chest and said arrogantly. This sentence shocked Lan Ying. Let alone the deacon of the Alchemy Academy, even the dean of the Alchemy Academy would not be able to handle the attack in the Sutra Pavilion. Even though the dean of the Alchemy Academy and Elder Shao are at the same level, their strength is not at the same level. My alchemy strength is not as good as this old guy. If I don't do something, that kid will definitely be abducted by Li Mu. Thinking of this, Lan Ying glanced at Qin Feng with charming eyes, frightening the latter. There's something ominous about it. At this moment, Qin Feng really wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Then he saw Lan Ying's claws grabbing at him, and although he saw Lan Ying's move, his body couldn't react at all. The realm between the two was too different. As soon as they met, Qin Feng was held in Lan Ying's arms domineeringly, turned around and walked towards the door of the scripture collection pavilion. Qin Feng was stunned. Let's talk, but don't do anything, okay? Feeling the softness on his shoulders, Qin Feng's whole body felt bad. He was still a young and strong boy, so he stood up all of a sudden. Maybe she felt the change in Qin Feng. Lan Ying spat. She was not old, her hair was not fully grown yet, her ambition was quite big. However, she also knew that her strong capital would indeed cause trouble to Qin Feng during this move, but there was nothing she could do. No matter what, let's kidnap the kid away first. When the time comes, Yi Munger can't stand him even if he's in the Foundation establishment realm. Besides, I can't help but try the method myself. You, Lan Ying, you don't follow martial ethics when riding a horse. When Li Mu saw Lan Ying's actions, he was so angry that he immediately rushed forward and grabbed Lan Ying's shoulder with his palm. However, the moment he was about to touch Lan Ying's shoulder, the other party turned around and then he puffed out his chest. Li Mu's hand stopped in midair for an instant, with an extremely embarrassed look on his face. Seeing this, Lan Ying put on a victor's attitude and walked out of the formation of the Tibetan scripture pavilion with Qin Feng in her arms. Elder Xiao, it's like this. Qin Feng wants to learn alchemy from me. As for the guardian of the pavilion, I will find someone tomorrow and let Qin Feng lead him while he makes alchemy with me, okay? Lan Ying looked at Elder Xiao cautiously. This person's weight was different from that of Li Mu. If he wanted to take someone away, he had to obtain his consent. No, then I'll find someone now, do you think it's okay? Lan Ying was not surprised. After all, taking people away was never easy. At this moment, Li Mu also walked out of the scripture pavilion and stood aside without saying a word. You don't understand what I mean, you can't take him away. Then Lan Ying saw that Elder Xiao waved his hand, and the world around her was spinning. When she stood still, she found that she had returned to the Alchemy Academy. Here, Elder Xiao opened one eye and looked at Li Mu. Elder Xiao, I'm leaving now, I'm leaving now. Li Mu was so frightened that he was sweating all over, and he quickly turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Qin Feng was left with almost tears in his eyes. It was too difficult for a low cultivation level and he was at the mercy of others. Fortunately, the gatekeeper protected me. Elder Xiao naturally didn't know that Qin Feng had positioned him as a caretaker. If he had known, he would have trained Qin Feng well. At this moment, both of the old man's eyes opened and fell on Qin Feng, which made him a little nervous. Qin Feng was a little nervous. After all, although his secret technique of sealing heaven claimed to be able to essentially change one's own aura, the problem was that the gap between him and Elder Xiao was too big. If the latter took a serious look at it, he might not be able to. I can really see through the fact that he is in the meat refining realm. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt that just because he was guarding a treasure house, he couldn't become lazy and sleep like a chicken at night. Read a book for me. He would have upgraded early, and when his cultivation level had improved, whoever dared to touch him again would be suppressed by him without saying a word. I'll give you a task. Elder Xiao just glanced at Qin Feng casually, without even using half of his strength. Ah, what's the mission, Elder Xiao? Qin Feng was also confused. How could this old man change from a janitor to a taskmaster? There was no golden exclamation mark on his head. Go back and think about the three aspects of weapon refining, talisman making and formation. After a week, give me a spiritual level magic weapon. Quote ? Hearing Elder Xiao's words, Qin Feng's facial features seemed to be squeezed together at that moment. No, Elder Xiao, you are a dog. Did you hear what I said in the Sutra Pavilion before? I'm going to let you bite that old Li's head. I am just a cabinet keeper. After completing the work in my scripture collection cabinet, I arrange my own time. Why should I listen to you? Before talking about it, Qin Feng might have been a little interested in these three aspects, but since he felt that his cultivation level was not improving fast enough, he felt that these three aspects could be put aside first. Anyway, the classics are there and they can still run. Elder Xiao, is it okay if you don't agree? After all, I already have a lot of things to do in the scripture pavilion, and I don't have any extra energy to do those anymore. Qin Feng tactfully expressed his intention to refuse, but the old man closed his eyes and didn't even look at him. If you can't hand over the things after a week, you won't be able to be the guardian of the cabinet. Besides, no one from the Alchemy Academy dares to accept you without my permission. Qin Feng was immediately numb. Listen, what the hell are you talking about? This is the real version of the situation where people are stronger than people. I thought that I just went into the Sutra Pavilion and waited for my experience to be upgraded, but in the end, all this nonsense happened. This old man, if the dog passes in front of him, all the bones in his mouth will be cut off. However, Qin Feng didn't know that the origin of all this came from the pills he gave to Elder Xiao. Without those pills, perhaps what happened now would not have happened. It can be said that the source is that Qin Feng became interested in alchemy at the beginning, but he happened to refine the perfect elixir. If he doesn't refine the spiritual weapons, he won't be able to be a guardian, and he won't be a guardian. Where on earth will he find so many classics to gain experience? After all, Elder Xiao didn't know that he didn't rely on alchemy to make a living. This was tantamount to directly cutting off his job within the system. How could he still be successful? Thinking of this, Qin Feng frowned and looked depressed. But, Elder Xiao, even if you want me to refine weapons, make talismans and draw formations, you still have to give me the materials. No matter how ingenious a woman is, she can't make a meal without rice. Then Qin Feng saw Elder Xiao flicking his hand and a pile of things piled up in front of him, forming a small hill in an instant. Just kidding, with Elder Xiao's status, as early as the idea of becoming a ticket seller came into his mind, he had already sent people to send him spiritual level materials in 4 aspects: elixirs, formations, talismans, and weapons. This time, Qin Feng was numb from head to toe. Co-author, the reason why you won't let him go is because you were waiting for him here, right? At this moment, Qin Feng had made countless international gestures to Elder Xiao in his heart. He could only endure the humiliation and succumb to Elder Xiao's lustful power. The promise of being a mighty and unyielding man has been forgotten by Qin Feng. Okay, you old man Xiao, I will remember you. 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. When I, the Hexi boy, grow up, I will make you look good. At this time, in his mind, Elder Xiao had turned into the big villain who could laugh arrogantly. Qin Feng silently put the pile of materials in front of him into a storage bag, and then entered the scripture collection pavilion. Outside the Sutra Pavilion, the silence as before was restored. Do you want to say that Elder Xiao really asked Qin Feng to refine weapons, make talismans, and draw formations? Of course not, he just forced Qin Feng, and it would be a surprise if he could get it out. If he couldn't get it out, he could also kick him behind the kid and make him run away on the road to alchemy. Who makes these disciples in the Holy Land become more and more outrageous recently? They don't look like monks practicing at all. They are actually messed up. They are all used to accumulating too many points in their hands. Even an outer disciple can accumulate more than 2,000 points, let alone disciples of other levels. At this time, Arrogance, who was sleeping soundly on his bed, sneezed inexplicably. Which sister is talking about me? Hee, wait for me, Xiaomei, I'm coming. Arrogance turned over and fell asleep again. Qin Feng, who returned to the scripture collection pavilion, went directly to the 3rd floor of the scripture collection pavilion, then to the 2nd floor, and then to the 1st floor. Basically, he collected all the books on weapon refining that he could get. There are 100 solutions to refining weapons, 5 steps to forging spiritual weapons, 1,000 forging methods, and so on. Some of these classics he had already read intensively before, and some were still in the stage of careful reading, but now that he had an urgent task, he could only comprehend and master them one by one. After all, a week is not a long time. Before, it took him more than a week from being exposed to alchemy to refining a single elixir. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately buried his head in understanding. 1 day, 2 days. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Qin Feng raised his head with panda eyes. Coincidentally, no one came to the Sutra Pavilion in the past 2 days, and it was rare for him to have 2 full days. You have successfully integrated and deduced 100 solutions to refining weapons, 5 steps to forging spiritual weapons, and thousands of forging techniques, and mastered the advanced skills, true explanation of the way of weapons Part 1 from them. You have mastered the true interpretation of Qi Dao Part 1 qualification plus 20. You have mastered the true explanation of the Tao of Instruments Part 1 your understanding plus 50. You have mastered the true explanation of Qi Dao Part 1 your constitution plus 20. You have mastered the true explanation of the Tao of Instruments Part 1 lifespan plus 20. You have mastered The True Interpretation of the Tao of Instruments Part 1. Your cultivation level is plus 20. You have comprehended the true interpretation of the Tao of Qi Part 1 and mastered the first of the 12 methods of Qi Ancestor, the Heavenly Forging Technique. Another top-level Tao level exercise, done. Dingling. Just when Qin Feng had just comprehended the advanced skills, he heard Elder Xiao's prompts and quickly dragged his somewhat tired body to the formation in the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, waiting for the visitor. The other party is only on the first floor of the Sutra Pavilion. It seems that the handyman disciple has not escaped, so he can just deal with it casually. Just thinking like this, Qin Feng saw the formation in front of him flash, and a figure stepped out of the formation, pounced directly on him, and bit his arm. "I'll bite you to death. I'll bite you to death." Lin Ru's big white teeth bit Qin Feng's arm, causing Qin Feng to be blinded. Family members, who knows? These days, he is working as a keeper of the Sutra Pavilion. Not only is he frightened and tired all day long, but he is also physically and mentally exhausted. Destroy it quickly, hurry up. Facing Lin Ru, who was always talking about things when they met, Qin Feng said that he really met the guy below. He hadn't yet investigated her for letting him take advantage of her last time when she was testing cadres, but this guy was lucky enough to take advantage of her right away when they met. Isn't it said that people who practice Su-Nv Sutra will become more devoted to love the more they practice? Why is this guy not only not pure in heart, but also in a violent mood? Besides, you look cute and you can eat whatever you want. How can this be true? Master Qin's first law: can a beautiful woman take advantage of him without paying anything? No, it's a woman. Can a woman take advantage of him without paying anything? Qin Zhaofeng, the guardian of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, is not like me, who is extremely upright, willing to help others, and good at charity. I never accept gifts, and only accept a few gifts. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude. Immediately, Qin Feng quietly activated the magical power to forge the golden body. Of course, he only activated it a little. In an instant, Qin Feng's skin became extremely tough, and the density of flesh and blood greatly increased. Then, he heard a crunching sound, and when he looked at Lin Ru, one of her front teeth was knocked out, and mist suddenly appeared in her eyes. First blood. Qin Feng seemed to hear a voice ringing in his ears. At this moment, Lin Ru felt the grievance in her heart as if it were an endless stream of water. I thought I had figured out Qin Feng, but in the end, not only was he tripped up, but now my body is in a mess, and even my soul has lost contact. This is a sheep in wolf's clothing that got into the wolf pack, and the wolf's skin happened to be broken. Let's wait for the wolves to find out her true identity and kill her. By then, given my status, even thinking about dying would be a luxury. When she thought of this, Lin Ru hated Qin Feng for causing this result. That hatred made Qin Feng stunned. Let's just say, there doesn't seem to be any deep hatred between you and me, right? Didn't I just ask you to practice the Su-Nv Sutra? Do you need to look at me like this? Thinking of this, Qin Feng pushed Lin Ru's head away and took away the little girl's 3 teeth. Well now, the front door is leaking. Ooh, you are bullying me. Lin Ru burst into tears, big tears falling from the corners of her eyes, and she sat on the ground kicking her legs back and forth. Just act. Just keep acting. I turned a blind eye when it was time to cooperate with your performance. Qin Feng turned around and prepared to start his first weapon refining. And Lin Ru, after seeing that Qin Feng was determined not to care about her this time, a ruthless look flashed in her eyes. Tear. Qin Feng, who turned around, subconsciously looked back after hearing the sound. White. It's so arrogant. A piece of snowy white. What is this for? However, I didn't expect that this little girl looked as weak and skinny as a chick. In fact, she was as skinny as she should be and not at all thin. She was just a standard clothes hanger. The only flaw is that there are no missing points, which is a pity. Qin Feng put his thumb and index finger on his chin and made the above comment. Lin Ru, on the other hand, stared at her with big eyes. It wasn't until she shivered that she realized that she had been stared at by Qin Feng. Indecent. Is there any royal law? The keeper of the Sutra Pavilion is being disrespectful. Suddenly, Lin Ru felt a gaze fall on her body, and then her body tensed up and her whole body became cold as she saw the person coming. Dressed in white, Her black hair stood as straight as steel needles, and the expression in her eyes was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Qin Feng also saw the appearance of this big boss. Unlike Elder Xiao, whom he often came into contact with, this big boss sat on the 13th floor of the Sutra Pavilion all the year round. Before, when Wang Chen died, he was the first saw at once. I haven't seen him since then. After the old man appeared, he glanced at Lin Ru first, and then suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Elder Xiao walked in impatiently, and then glanced at the two of them. Don't kill anyone. After saying this, he turned around and left. Maid, this guy showed up first, but he didn't deal with it and just asked me to run away. That's stupid. Qin Feng faintly heard Elder Xiao's complaints. Now let alone him, Lin Ru was also stunned. Can it still be like this? The shady story is definitely a big shady story. Let's just say, there is definitely a deal between you. Even Qin Feng did not expect that Elder Xiao would turn around and leave after saying a word. According to his original idea, it would be a blessing if the old man didn't scold him. It seemed that Elder Xiao had not noticed that his attitude towards Qin Feng had quietly changed. Crunch, crunch, Lin Ru's teeth were almost broken, so she shouldn't have come to the Scripture Deposit Pavilion. If she had not come to the Sutra Pavilion, she would not have lost contact with her soul, she would not have lost 4 teeth, and she would not have been naked. Mada, this Qin Feng is so poisonous, why do you always have trouble with me? Lin Ru stood up with an angry look on her face, wiped away the tears on her body, and stood up from where she fell. She spent 240 points on her 2 visits to the Sutra Pavilion. It can be said that she has spent all her points. She will not be able to come to the Sutra Pavilion again in the short term. However, she won't just let it go. After she regains her soul, she will make Qin Feng look good. Thinking of this, Lin Ru glared at Qin Feng fiercely, pulled her clothes back on her body, and left the Scripture Deposit Pavilion. Including his lost soul, his 4 teeth and his body that were almost completely exposed this time. In this wave, Lin Ru can be said to have achieved an impressive record of 030. If you kill 0 enemies, you will lose 1,000. This depression made her throat itchy, and the smell of blood rushed into her mind, making her want to vomit blood. It's just that she can't vomit again. After all, she is only in the marrow cleansing state now. She has already vomited once before, and she will become anemic if she vomits again. She grunted and swallowed the blood that had reached her throat. I thought I could defeat Qin Feng and take a big step forward in my goal. But now it's better. Not only has the soul lost contact, but the points have also been lost. If there is something in her hand, she will definitely throw it to the ground to express her dissatisfaction. Why did you come to me? Li Mu looked at Lan Ying sideways, and when the latter glared at her dangerously, the little old man shrank his neck, but he still spoke bravely. If it hadn't been for this guy, I might have been teaching Qin Feng how to make alchemy by now. Don't you want to be his master? Are you willing to give up? Besides, even if you give up, there's nothing you can do. None of us will be able to pass Elder Xiao's test. If we can't get through, doesn't it mean that others can't get through? I can't bear to think that someone with such talent in alchemy would stay in a Scripture Depositing Pavilion. Li Mu agreed very much with Lan Ying's words. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he looked at Lan Ying. The latter nodded, and after receiving a positive reply, Li Mutang stood up immediately, and the two quickly went straight to the depths of the alchemy courtyard. We arrived in front of an ancient hall with a medicinal aroma wafting from inside to outside. Vice President Yang, Lan Ying and Li Mu want to see you. While speaking, Li Mu blinked his eyes. How could he not know what this girl was thinking? Otherwise, why didn't the other vice presidents of the Alchemy Academy look for her, but instead came to see Vice President Yang? Isn't it because Vice President Yang was her master? He said that this girl's alchemy talent was even better than his. The reason why she was lagging behind him in the alchemy path was entirely because of her careless uncertainty. When he thought of this, he became angry. His master was a former vice president of the Alchemy Academy, and he had passed away many years ago. This was one of the reasons why he did not want to stay in the Alchemy Academy. Before, when his master was still alive, he only had to concentrate on refining alchemy, and his master would block everything else for him. After his master was gone, Li Mu realized that the Holy Land was a society and not something he could do whatever he wanted. At the moment when their thoughts were distracted, the door of the hall in front of them slowly opened, and a strong fragrance of medicine floated out, which shocked the two people's spirits, and even their long stagnant cultivation was slightly loosened. Master. Lan Ying's eyes lit up and she looked at a tall and beautiful middle-aged woman in front of the hall. If Lan Ying's beauty is the kind of beauty that is bold, carefree, and looks chivalrous, then her master is the kind of graceful and elegant beauty who seems to be calm and unhurried when encountering anything. Why do you, little girl, think of coming to me? Yang Shui glanced at Li Mu and then looked at Lan Ying. You tell me. Lan Ying's eyes fell on Li Mu. That's right, Dean Yang. Afterwards, Li Mu blurted out a series of stories about how he obtained the elixir from Elder Shao until the two of them were driven away by Elder Shao. After hearing what Li Mu said, Yang Shui's eyes showed a hint of interest. According to this kid, being able to refine the perfect ultimate foundation building realm Sanyuan Dan with a pitifully low level of cultivation at the copper skin realm, this kind of talent is really wasted in the Sutra Pavilion. Moreover, if that little guy is trained by her, it is very likely that he will be even better than Lan Ying in the future. A conservative estimate is that it is worth 2 Lanying. After all, how could she not know the nature of her disciple? At this moment, Lan Ying had no idea that she had become a unit of measurement in her master Yang Shui's heart. Not to mention that Yang Shui also had thoughts about Qin Feng. She and Li Mu made a plan. If the master could get the person back, both of them would teach Qin Feng how to make elixirs equally. They both wanted to see who taught Qin Feng to refine better elixirs. If Lan Ying knew what Yang Shui was thinking, she would not regret telling her master about it. After going full circle, from apprentice to junior disciple, is that okay? I already know about this. However, if you want Elder Shao to release him, I may not be enough. Yang Shui is very aware of Elder Shao's temper. He himself is one level lower than the other party, and there is no situation where he can give himself face. Although it is said that the alchemist of the Alchemy Academy is the master of Jushao Holy Land, some people really cannot use their status to suppress them. After all, they are also going to the Sutra Pavilion. Everyone takes what they need and respect each other. Ah, master, can't you just bring in a few more vice deans? There are so many of you, Elder Shao will give you some face, right? Lan Ying and Li Mu looked at each other, and their hearts suddenly became cold. No matter how much the deputy dean does, I can tell the dean about this and ask him to come forward. If the dean comes forward, I think Elder Shao will give him face, but he is just a cabinet guard, so he will never break up with the dean. Yang Shui's words made the two people's eyes brighten. If the dean comes forward, he will definitely win. After the complaint, Yang Shui led the two of them to the misty chaos in the deepest part of the Alchemy Academy. Yang Shui made secrets with both hands and made countless seals in an instant. After receiving these seals, the misty chaos began to roll endlessly and retreat to both sides, and suddenly a fairyland like paradise appeared with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. When Lan Ying and Li Mu saw this scene, their eyes showed surprise. Although it was not the first time for them to meet, they were still amazed every time they saw it. What's even more rare is that every time they saw the scene, they were amazed, not exactly. Hey, Yang Shui, why are you two boys here? A gentle voice sounded, and then the three figures suddenly came to an extraordinary young man. The young man had long silver hair and his eyes fell on the three of them. Li Mu and Lan Ying both tensed up. Although the dean only glanced at them lightly, they both felt as if they had been seen through in an instant. This kind of realm is different from Yang Shui. That's it, Dean. Yang Shui gave an overview of the matter to Sun Qingfeng, the dean of the Alchemy Academy, while Li Mu supplemented on the side. After listening, Sun Qingfeng's eyes showed a look of surprise. He was not surprised that Qin Feng could refine the perfect 3-yuan elixir with his bronze skin realm cultivation. He was surprised that such a person would be sent to the Sutra Pavilion instead of coming directly to their elixir academy. Facing the dean's question, the three of them suddenly felt embarrassed. Li Mu learned about it a few days after the incident and said that when Qin Feng was originally assigned, he was rejected by the 4th Academy because he had no talent in alchemy, weapon refining, talisman making, or formation painting. Yu didn't ask for it either. This little guy's parents died unexpectedly while on a mission. As a result, he was not only unaccompanied in the Holy Land, he was also about to be kicked out of the Holy Land. As a result, Wang Chen, the guardian of the pavilion at the time, came forward and had him killed. Come over. After hearing Li Emu's words, the three of them finally came to a realization. This little guy has some experience. No wonder he refuses to leave the Sutra Pavilion. After all, the person who took office should be kind to him. Knowing how to be grateful and constantly striving for self-improvement is a rare quality. It is indeed a must-have quality for the disciples of my alchemy academy. Forget it, I'm just going to go and ask old man Xiao to bring that little guy over. He has to give me face no matter what. Sun Qingfeng stood up with a smile, which shocked the three of them, especially Li Mu and Lan Ying, who all saw the glimmer of victory in each other's eyes. The dean takes action and will win. After thinking that they were about to teach Qin Feng how to make alchemy, sparks burst into their eyes. Yang Shui, on the other hand, did not reveal anything at all. After all, if he revealed it now, it would dampen the enthusiasm of the two of them. After the little guy comes to the alchemy academy, it will be whatever she says, and the dean does not accept apprentices. Such rough jade should be left to her to be carved, not in the hands of that careless guy like Lan Ying. Ding 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 ding. Metal-like percussion sounds sounded rhythmically from time to time. Click. Suddenly, there was a shattering sound. Qin Feng looked at the two pieces of the useless divine weapon embryo in his hand, curled his lips, and threw them aside. Now his room, after Elder Xiao took action 3 days ago, has been connected to another room that was vacated. The area has been expanded several times. It not only has a special rest room, but also a training room and an alchemy room, a functional room that can be used for refining weapons, making talismans, and drawing formations. Qin Feng was also very confused. After all, this scripture depository pavilion was one of the 12 forbidden areas in the Holy Land of 9 heavens. Elder Xiao moved whenever he asked. Doesn't this reflect the old boy's great power from the side? So he made a decision and would never let go of Elder Xiao's doggy style from now on. As for Elder Xiao, we have seen it again. Some people are just polite. Qin Feng's face should not be underestimated, but in his opinion, if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. With this kid being used as a point-earning attraction in the future, how could it not be equipped with complete fortifications? At least there should be an independent alchemy room. Therefore, he directly discussed with Yi Hen, the old man on the 13th floor of the Sutra Pavilion, and Qin Feng's current room was found. After Qin Feng threw away the discarded divine weapon embryo in his hand, he fell into deep contemplation. After 3 days of systematic study and understanding, he mastered not only the high-level Dao level, true interpretation of Qi Dao Part 1, but also the first of the Qi ancestors' 12 techniques, the heavenly forging technique. Today was his first time refining a weapon in the real sense. Although he did not succeed, he already knew in his heart that he would definitely succeed next time. However, although it is not difficult to succeed, it is only a low-level spiritual weapon, which is only suitable for monks in the early and middle stages of the Foundation Establishment realm. If you are a late-stage Foundation Establishment realm monk like Zhang Dao and Xiao Zhang, then the low-grade spiritual weapons are obviously not enough, and you must get the mid-grade spiritual weapons. Although Elder Xiao only said that he would need a spiritual level magic weapon in 3 days, he did not specify which level it would be. But Qin Feng doesn't think so. He is worried that this old boy is holding back his bad feelings again. If he refines a low-grade spiritual weapon, the old boy will say that what I want is a mid-grade weapon, and he has not refined it. What should I do if he is created and directly kicked out of the Sutra Pavilion? By then, he won't even be able to get enough of the northwest wind. Qin Feng estimated that if he wanted to stay in the Sutra Pavilion safely, he would also forge a high-grade spiritual level magic weapon. If possible, a top-grade spiritual level magic weapon would be the best. As long as he brings out the best spiritual weapons, he won't be afraid if the old boy wants to trouble him again. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with determination, and he took out several pieces of metal commonly used by spiritual level weapons and placed them in the furnace. Then he used the alchemy magical furnace method, raising the temperature of the furnace to a temperature that was enough to deform the metal in a short period of time. Boom! The bursting flames suddenly shot out 3 feet high, completely wrapping several pieces of metal together. Qin Feng saw the right moment and swung his arm to hit the deformed metal. When, along with the harsh sound, countless sparks burst out, some even splashed onto Qin Feng's body. At this moment, he took off his upper body clothes and tied them around his waist. He held a huge hammer and kept hitting the metal that was floating in the air of the stove from all angles. As he continued to control the intensity and angle of the hammer blow in his hand, the metal in front of him that had been floating in the air for a while gradually began to change its shape, gradually transforming into the form of a sword. Dang dang dang. The sound rang rhythmically in the room. An hour passed like this. When several pieces of metal had been completely fused together to form a fiery red longsword, Qin Feng's left hand struck out with force and took advantage of the situation to smash the long sword. The sword was sent into the pool nearby. In an instant, a puff of white smoke rose. Qin Feng was not afraid of being burned, so he directly activated the forged golden body and took out the long sword from the pool. The sharp luster reflected through the misty white smoke into Qin Feng's eyes. Then, he held the long sword and struck a middle-grade spiritual-grade sword-testing stone from top to bottom. Puff! The long sword split the sword-testing stone into two, and withdrew the long sword. Qin Feng did not notice any trace of the long sword. Spiritual level middle grade. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down slightly. Even though he was able to refine a mid-level spiritual weapon in just the second time, a large part of the reason for this came from the fact that he did not considered a newcomer. After all, he has the foundation of alchemy, coupled with magical powers such as the furnace method. His skills are not comparable to those of a newcomer who knows nothing. After combining the theory and practice of the true interpretation of the way of instruments, he also used the magical weapon refining power such as the heavenly forging method. It would be rude to do otherwise. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but after seeing the first ray of light, it means that good days are coming. In the following days, Qin Feng could be said to have been working non-stop, day and night, to build the spiritual army. Spirit level middle grade. Spirit level middle grade. Top spiritual level. Top spiritual level. The best spiritual level. Finally, with only one night left before the deadline, he forged a top-grade spiritual weapon that could be used by monks in the spiritual light realm. Then lie down on the spot, close your eyes, and sleep. This week almost drove him crazy. The moment he closed his eyes, fatigue surged into his body like a tide. Within 2 seconds, Qin Feng fell asleep. This was so much harder than reading classics. Much more tired. When he meets Elder Xiao tomorrow, he will definitely ask this old boy, "Do you know how I spent this week?" That was all just for fun. No, wrong. If I had to start over, I would have been either refining weapons or on the road to refining weapons. On the other side, on the last day when Qin Feng was working hard to avoid being kicked out of the scripture collection pavilion, Sun Qingfeng, the dean of the Alchemy Academy, approached Elder Xiao. "Old Xiao, please help me with something." Sun Qingfeng sat directly next to the rocking chair where Elder Xiao was lying, without caring about his own image. No help. Elder Xiao didn't even open his eyes and said directly, "Sun Qingfeng couldn't fix it." Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. "No, if you refuse me without even asking what help I want from you, am I still not your good brother?" Sun Qingfeng looked at Elder Xiao in surprise. It wasn't meant to be. Elder Xiao still did not open his eyes. "Xiao Zhangfeng." Sun Qingfeng suddenly stood up, his voice suddenly raised 3 degrees. "What are you doing, calling the soul? Go, go, stop me from basking in the sun." Elder Xiao moved Sun Qingfeng aside in disgust. Quote. This extremely disgusting behavior directly angered Sun Qingfeng. "Xiao Zhangfeng, you have to help me even if you don't want to help me today, otherwise." "What if not?" Elder Xiao still looked at ease with his eyes closed, lying on the rocking chair and rocking slowly. "If not, you won't be able to get a single pill from me in the future." Sun Qingfeng said fiercely. As the dean of the Alchemy Academy, although his cultivation level is only in the semi-saint realm, he can refine the holy elixir for use in the saint realm. He is the only alchemy emperor in the eastern wasteland. One of the great alchemy emperors. It can be said that his prestige on the road to alchemy is such that even the holy masters of major holy places have to give him a thumbs up when they meet him. Even though the old boy in front of me he was too merciless. "Oh, then don't go into the Sutra Pavilion anymore. We're all even." Elder Xiao's tone has not changed from the beginning to now, which makes Sun Qingfeng's forehead appear with veins exposed. After hearing Elder Xiao's words, Sun Qingfeng realized that he seemed to have been possessed just now. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Elder Xiao say something again. By the way, I just missed half a sentence. Including you, no one in the Alchemy Academy should ever step into the Sutra Pavilion again. As soon as these words came out, Sun Qingfeng's eyes were fixed, and he could clearly hear Elder Xiao's tone that he was not joking. Is it possible that there is something else that he doesn't know about? Thinking of this, Sun Qingfeng went straight to the point. Do you know why I'm here? Isn't it just for that boy Qin Feng? He was born to belong to the Sutra Pavilion. He was born as a person of the Sutra Pavilion, and died as a ghost of the Sutra Pavilion. Even after death, he has to be buried in the Sutra Pavilion. You Danyuan don't have to try so hard to get his idea. Just kidding, that guy is a scenic spot designated by me. How can I ask you to move the scenic spot? Besides, how can I earn tickets if there is no scenic spot? Elder Xiao's words made Sun Qingfeng's eyes widen subconsciously. He had rarely seen such a serious tone from the other party. What's so evil about this kid? Okay, if you don't give it, I won't give it to you. How about I go into the Sutra Tiding Pavilion? No, apologize. You are going to die. Xiao Zhangfang. Sun Qingfeng was filled with hatred. Fortunately, Yang Shui, Lan Ying and Li Mu were not there, otherwise he would have been embarrassed. If he couldn't beat Xiao Zhangfang, he would have to fix him up. However, just because he can't defeat him by himself doesn't mean that he can't defeat him with more people. Sun Qingfeng rolled his eyes, thinking about it. Sorry. Louder, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry for being numb. Elder Xiao frowned and took out his ears. This guy was not a human being and almost made him deaf. However, he gave it up and took the other party's nameplate from Sun Qingfeng. Points 30720. Then, he threw the nameplate to Sun Qingfeng. Just because I wanted to meet a little guy, I was deducted points from the 9th floor of the Shenzhengjing Pavilion. Sorry. Sun Qingfeng was almost ready to have love with Elder Xiao. Fortunately, he didn't want to suffer the physical pain, so he endured it, then flicked his sleeves and entered the Scripture Depository Pavilion with a heavy snort. As a result, not long after, Elder Xiao saw Sun Qingfeng coming out of the Scripture Collection Pavilion with a strange look on his face, and left decisively without saying anything. This time, he became curious. Logically speaking, in order for Sun Qingfeng to come forward, at least one of the vice presidents of the Danyuan would have to contact him. Otherwise, neither Lan Ying nor Li Mu would have that ability. He remembered that Lan Ying's master was one of the Danyuan's masters. Vice Dean, then that makes sense. And since Sun Qingfeng chose to come forward, he would definitely work hard in the direction of success. Even if he didn't agree, if he could convince Qin Feng, with his connections in the Holy Land, the matter might not turn around. Just looking at the way Sun Qingfeng left, it was obvious that he had not convinced Qin Feng. This couldn't help but make Elder Xiao's sense of Qin Feng a little higher. He is a little guy with good character. However, you have to earn points for him. If you can't run away, you can at most give him some convenience in the future. In fact, Elder Xiao didn't know that after Sun Qingfeng entered the Sutra Pavilion, he didn't see the guardian coming to pick him up. This made him, who was still somewhat fond of Qin Feng, very unhappy and went directly to the door of the other party's room. He opened the door and walked in. It didn't matter that he came in, he actually discovered something. That is, he did not see the elixir that this boy had refined, but he saw some magical weapons that exuded spirituality scattered around him. These magical weapons range from the single low-grade spiritual weapon, to the largest number of mid-grade and high-grade spiritual weapons, and the only single top-grade spiritual weapon. Seeing this, he didn't know that besides refining alchemy, this kid was also a genius in refining weapons. This reminded him of his previous thoughts, and then he turned and left the Sutra Pavilion. As for Qin Feng, who was supposed to receive the message from Elder Xiao, he didn't hear the message at all because he was too tired. By the time Qin Feng woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. It's over, it's over. Qin Feng saw that not only had he not heard any news about Elder Xiao last night, but he had also not heard a few news this morning. His job as the keeper of the Sutra Pavilion might be in jeopardy. However, what he didn't know was that the disciples who came in all went straight to the bookshelf on which floor with a clear purpose, whether they were the same as him. Therefore, Qin Feng was anxiously waiting for the time agreed with Elder Xiao. In the evening, after this time every day, almost no one would come to the Sutra Pavilion, and Elder Xiao also appeared in the Sutra Pavilion. "Boy, how's it going? Did you succeed?" Elder Xiao deliberately looked at Qin Feng with a straight face, which made the latter feel a little uneasy. Could this guy have caused some trouble again? "Elder Xiao, please." Seeing Qin Feng's actions, although Elder Xiao had no special expression on his face, a trace of doubt inevitably arose in his heart. Could it be that this guy really created a spiritual weapon? You, a boy in the copper skin realm, can be considered a genius if you can produce the perfect 3-yuan pills in the Foundation establishment realm. If you can still produce low-grade spiritual weapons, then your attraction will have to be upgraded from 3A level to 4A level. Yes. Thinking of this, Elder Xiao strode into Qin Feng's room. On the other side, after Sun Qingfeng left the Sutra Pavilion, he did not return to the alchemy courtyard, but headed towards the Qiwan courtyard, one of the 4 courtyards. "Where is your dean?" "Ah, Dean's son, our dean is refining weapons, and he told us that no one can enter." Hey, Dean's son, I really didn't lie to you. Mater is going to get scolded." In the instrument courtyard, a middle-aged man did not stop Sun Qingfeng and immediately chased after him with a change of expression. Different from the mist-shrouded environment of the Danyuan, the Qiwan is a mountain peak made of countless metals that reaches into the clouds. Gad, the director of the Qiwan, lives in the hall hidden in the clouds on the top of the mountain. In the sky above the main hall, thunder roared from time to time, and thunder light flickered in the clouds, and then fell on the main hall, exuding infinite power. "Old guy, stop refining weapons, I have something important to come to you for." Sun Qingfeng kicked open the door of the main hall without saying a word. "It's over. It's over." This made the middle-aged man who had just caught up suddenly change his expression and run away. Boom! The moment the door of the main hall was kicked open, a thunder dragon rushed out from the main hall and headed straight for Sun Qingfeng. "Sun Qingfeng! Sun Qingfeng!" With a roar, behind the thunder dragon, a black shadow jumped out of the hall, holding a hammer emitting endless light, and smashed it at the thunder dragon. Boom! In an instant, the huge thunder dragon shattered into pieces and turned into endless thunder flowers scattered on the top of the mountain. Each thunder flower is countless times more powerful than the pure yang thunder tribulation that Elder Xiao brought to Qianhong from the 9 heavens. However, when these powerful thunder flowers landed on the top of the metal mountain, they turned into blue-silver arcs and were quickly absorbed by the mountain top. The black shadow, unabated, arrived in front of Sun Qingfeng and hit the opponent's face with a hammer. The force was so great that the space was distorted. Feeling the powerful force coming towards his face, Sun Qingfeng's expression changed. This guy doesn't want to disfigure himself, he wants to kill himself. Gad, you're paralyzed. Powerful power surged around Sun Qingfeng, and a pill furnace was blocked in front of him. When a deafening sound erupted on the top of the mountain. The powerful shock wave directly dispersed the thick clouds, shattering even the lightning. There were even thousands of miles of space covered with cracks, like glass with dense cracks. The next second will be broken. And in the metal peak below the mountain top, every weapon refiner who was refining the weapon failed due to this strong impact. My spiritual soldiers, I'm taking the test. Hey, my Taoist soldiers, which fool did such a good thing? Ahem, it came down from the top of the mountain. Gone, pretend I didn't say. For a moment, all the weapon refiners in the institute were in mourning, and some even showed heartbroken expressions. Jeed, you will die if you step on the horse. Sun Qingfeng's hands were numb from the shock. This old man actually dared to kill him. If he hadn't stopped him, wouldn't he, the Pill Emperor of the East Wilderness, be crushed to death? Thinking of this, Sun Qingfeng became extremely angry. Do I want to die? Sun Qingfeng, you broke into my weapon Dao Mountain without my consent, and you disturbed me from refining my weapon. Do you know that I have reached a critical moment in refining the holy weapon? 98 thunder dragons gathered together, and only one thunder dragon was missing to complete it, but you let me go. It doesn't matter to me. This holy soldier was appointed by the Holy Lord. Let me see how you explain it to the Holy Lord. Gade is only 1.6 meters tall, but the bronzed muscles all over his body exude a crystal luster, and it can be seen that he contains explosive power. Hearing Gade's words, Sun Qingfang panicked. Didn't I come to you for a reason? Why do you still have such a temper? You don't even think about it. If I don't have an emergency, I can kick down your door. If you have something to say, say it, and if you have something to say, let it go. Gade was very dissatisfied. It took him nearly 30 years to collect the 99 Thunder Dragons. Now there is one missing Thunder Dragon. He will have to wait at least half a year if he wants to encounter them next time. Let me ask you, can you refine the best spiritual weapons when you are in the copper skin realm? Why do you ask? Gad frowned and looked at him sideways. Don't ask yet, answer quickly. Even the Yuan power has not been born in the copper skin realm. It is almost impossible to refine the best spiritual weapons. At least, you have to wait until the Yuan power is born in the marrow cleansing realm. The most talented disciple in our academy has only refined a spiritual weapon that is barely considered the best at the marrow cleansing stage. You know, I saw in the Sutra Pavilion before that a boy in the copper skin realm refined the best spiritual weapons. Not only that, he also refined other high-grade and mid-grade spiritual weapons. As soon as Sun Qingfang said these words, a flash of shock flashed in Gade's eyes. Impossible. How is it impossible? If you lie to me, just throw me into your furnace to refine the weapon. Furthermore, let me tell you, this guy is not only awesome at refining weapons, he is also awesome at making pills. With his current level of cultivation, he has refined the 3 yuan pill for the Foundation Establishment realm, and it is a perfect and ultimate 3 yuan pill. If the previous sentence could still shock Gade, Sun Qingfang's words directly shocked Gade's heart. Let's go, where is that kid now? Gade was not calm anymore. Such a monster must be abducted. Bah, he must be introduced into their weapon academy. He will definitely become a great weapon in the future. What happened to the person responsible for recruiting disciples? How could such a talented disciple be missed? Mad, are you trying to hide it because I have been refining weapons recently and have not interfered with the affairs in the courtyard? If not, these guys will have to be masturbated by me. Jade's 2 eyebrows instantly rose. Face angry. Well, I came here to tell you this. That boy is the guardian of the Sutra Pavilion, and now Xiao Zhangfeng won't let him go. Didn't I just come to find you? We agreed in advance that if we get this kid, half of the time will belong to you and half of the time will belong to me. No one can take more of it. No problem. Gade nodded decisively, then frowned. Even Sun Qingfang, the Pill King, had failed. Even if he was added, he couldn't say that Xiao Zhangfeng would definitely agree. That old silver coin has always been a master of not letting go of hawks when he sees rabbits. He must have other plans to retain the guard. Sun Qingfeng also thought of this, and thought that one person was trying to figure out the shortcomings and the other was trying to figure out the strengths, so he came to Gade to discuss it. However, after many discussions, the two still could not come up with a solution. Let's go and take a look at the Sutra Pavilion first. I want to see if this kid is as evil as you said. If not, your bones will have to be used as material for my holy soldiers. Gade left Kadao Mountain without saying a word, followed closely by Sun Qingfang. On the other side, Xiao Zhangfeng looked at Qin Feng with panda eyes and the spiritual soldiers scattered on the ground with a strange expression. There is only one low-grade spiritual weapon. There is only one top-quality spiritual weapon. But there are 8 middle-grade and high-grade spiritual weapons in total. This kid made this in a week. Is he really a genius? That's not right. When Wang Chen was about to die, he went to himself to talk about Qin Feng's life experience and talent. This kid was because no one wanted him in the 4th courtyard, no one wanted him in the Spirit Valley, and his parents were dead. Wang Chen felt sorry for him. That's why I want to lay off him. After all, if he didn't speak, Qin Feng would most likely not be able to survive after leaving the Holy Land. Could it be that this guy is a late bloomer? And it's not a late bloomer. Xiao Zhangfeng, who couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he looked at Qin Feng, looked more and more wrong. From the initial inspection, it turned into a look, and then into doubt. This made Qin Feng feel uncomfortable all over his body. Let's just say, Elder Xiao will take it for granted, but I don't sell myself as an artist. Qin Feng is very insistent on this point. He didn't even let my sisters die, and you, an old man, can't do it even more. Fortunately, after he broke through from the copper skin realm to the flesh refining realm, the effect of the sealing technique has also improved a lot. Now, if Elder Shao does not use the secret magic power, it is impossible to see his hidden cultivation. Elder Shao obviously didn't know that Qin Feng now regarded him as an old pervert. Did you refine these this week? After pondering for a long time, Elder Shao asked, looking into Qin Feng's eyes. Not really. No. Elder Shao frowned and his tone increased 3 times. I have spent the first 3 days learning and understanding the relevant knowledge of weapon refining. If I can really start refining weapons, it should be the next 4 days. Qin Feng answered truthfully. After all, there was nothing to hide. Upon hearing his words, Elder Shao's eyes flashed with surprise. Is this kid not a genius? This is not genius. What is genius? Someone who can make elixirs at 1 year old, weapons at 2 years old, and become an emperor at 8 years old. Those are all fantasy novels, right? Wang Chen, you kid brought me a treasure. Even if Qin Feng is not proficient in making talismans and drawing formations, he can still recover a lot of points by refining alchemy and refining weapons alone, which can improve the practice atmosphere in the Holy Land. He didn't believe that Sun Qingfang could sit still and gade. If he knew about Qin Feng's talent in weapon refining, he might not be able to sit still and come to him directly. It is a pity that if the meat is in your own mouth, how can you let others snatch it from your mouth? This is not his style. Well, even if you barely complete the mission, after all, this top-level spiritual soldier can only barely reach the top level. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng felt his heart beat violently. Fortunately, he worked tirelessly to refine the top-grade spiritual weapons. If there were only top-grade spiritual weapons in front of him, wouldn't he have to be kicked out of the scripture collection pavilion? This old boy is really not a good guy. If ginger is old, it is spicy, but if it is old, then it is evil. So, just when Qin Feng's mental activities were active, Elder Shao changed the subject, which suddenly made him feel something was wrong. Then comes the second mission and the third mission. It takes 1 week to refine the best spiritual talisman. In the second week, draw the best spiritual formation. Both tasks must be completed before you can continue to be your guardian. If you fail to complete one of them, you will no longer be able to stay in the Sutra Pavilion. Without me, no one of the 4 hospitals will be able to accept you. Quote. Let's just say, Elder Shao, you are like a dog riding a horse. As the saying goes, I am not a human being, but you are a dog. Bah, I am treating myself as a human being, I am so angry that I am fainting. Mad, I'm so angry, I really want to kill him, but what should I do if I can't? 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. I, the boy from Hexi, will definitely avenge his past humiliation. I will write this revenge for you in your notebook today. Qin Feng's fists were clenched. If he could bite Elder Shao to death, he would definitely bite him to death without hesitation. Elder Shao obviously noticed Qin Feng's dissatisfaction, but this is the law of this world. The strong make the rules, and the weak can only obey the rules. However, I can't push this kid too hard. If he really gives up, won't he be the one who suffers? He knows that the young people of this generation are too easy to fail. They don't work hard to practice, let alone make progress. Thinking back to when he was practicing, 007 felt that there was not enough time. How can he be like today's young people who work from 9 to 5? Like a master. No, if the Holy Land continues like this, will strong men emerge in large numbers? Be sure to roll it up. The more you roll it up, the more powerful you will be. Then, Elder Shao gave Qin Feng another 500 points, threw the nameplate on Qin Feng, turned around and left gracefully. Qin Feng was stunned and looked at the extra points on his disciple's nameplate. What is this? Why don't you prostitute me for free? Do I even have to thank you? Then tell me, are you a nice person? Thank you very much. I thank your whole family. Don't pick up things for free. Even a mighty and unyielding man can sometimes have a bit of love with his wealth. Qin Feng directly put away his disciple nameplate. Although he originally planned to wait until his cultivation level improved a bit before considering other fields, but now it seems that if he does not succeed in making the talisman painting formation, the scripture collection pavilion will be destroyed. Away from myself. When the time comes, where can I go to gain experience and upgrade? It's all just to stay in the Sutra Pavilion, so let's do it. On the other side, the moment Elder Shao stepped out of the Sutra Pavilion, he met two acquaintances. Oh, Sun Qingfeng and Gade. The two of them did not expect that when they arrived at the Sutra Pavilion and saw that Elder Shao was not there, this guy came out of the Sutra Pavilion. You call it a coincidence? What a coincidence, he was paralyzed. Sun Qingfeng originally planned to kidnap Qin Feng while Xiao Zhangfang was away, but this time it was a good thing that the plan failed. So, the three of them stared at each other for a while, and then Sun Qingfeng and Gade saw Xiao Zhangfang in front of them, and the old god lay down on his rocking chair again comfortably. Mud, what a fool. Ahem, Lao Xiao, I want to enter the Sutra Tiding Pavilion. Oh, okay. Elder Xiao's two words made Gade stunned for a moment and looked at Sun Qingfeng beside him. This was different from what this kid said on the way here. They had prepared multiple plans, but none of them seemed to be right now. Originally, they were both prepared to meet on a narrow road. The brave one wins. Although there is a high probability that they are not brave men, their identities are that one is the head alchemy master of the Holy Land and the other is the head weapon refiner of the Holy Land. No matter how strong Xiao Zhangfang is, if he offends two people in a row, he will. Is it really bearable? The two of them didn't quite believe it. Generally, people with high emotional intelligence will go along with the situation when they see two people taking matters seriously. As a result, his punch seemed to hit cotton, leaving him with nowhere to use his strength. When Gade was stunned, he saw that his nameplate had unexpectedly arrived in Elder Xiao's hands. Question mark, question mark, question mark. No, my nameplates are all placed in the space I created. How did you get them? Empty hands. You're too lazy to open your mouth and want to grab it instead, right? Gade was stunned, but when he took back his nameplate, he was even more confused. Points 30720. Num, his points are down by more than 30,000. Day. This forced him to deduct points from the 9th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Gade's temper was so bad that he almost ran away on the spot, but Sun Qingfeng stopped him. The latter told him one word, endure. Then, Gade saw Sun Qingfeng calmly take out the nameplate and throw it to Elder Xiao. The latter returned the nameplate to him after deducting the points. Another 30,720 points. Sun Qingfeng glanced at Gade, which means look at my brother's mentality, you are still far away. Then Sun Qingfeng pulled Gade directly into the Sutra Tiding Pavilion. Qin Feng, after receiving the news, sighed and had to get up and go to the door of the Scripture Collection Pavilion, waiting for guidance. He is not rich in time. He has to create the best spiritual talisman and the best spiritual formation in 2 weeks. Isn't this embarrassing for an honest person? Hey, I am indeed too honest. No, am I being honest? I have to be honest. I have no strength. I am not honest. I am looking for death. When Qin Feng thought about it, he instantly felt much better. A mature time travel party must not only be able to pua others, but also be able to pua themselves. Qin Feng was mentally building up, but two figures walked out of the Sutra Pavilion formation in front of him. A young man and an old man. This made him stunned for a moment. He thought he was a disciple, but what the hell is this old man? He now has a PTSD reaction to the old man. After all, the old men he met, Li Mu and Xiao Zhangfang, all had some brain problems. As for Yi Hen, who lived in seclusion on the 13th floor of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion all year round, he had never been in contact with him, objectively can't say enough about it. After all, we can't look at every old man in the Holy Land with colored glasses, right? Two senior brothers, is there anything I can do to help? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but finally changed his senior name to senior brother before speaking, just in case he just looked older, but was actually a disciple of the outer or inner sect. Are you Qin Feng? The little old man Gade's height of 1.6 meters only reached Qin Feng's chest, but that didn't stop him from looking at Qin Feng sideways. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. The old man's tone was a bit harsh. He had never offended him. Are you menopausal? I am Qin Feng, I don't know. I am Gade, the dean of the Qi Academy, and this is Sun Qingfeng, the dean of the Alchemy Academy. I heard that you have refined the best spiritual weapons. Show me. Gade stretched out his hand without saying anything. Qin Feng blinked. Why don't these guys pay attention to the boundaries when talking now? If you want it, I will give it to you. Can I not give it to you? Seeing Gade's somewhat impatient eyes, Qin Feng felt panicked in his heart. Even Li Mu was just the deacon of the Alchemy Academy. It was said that there were also deputy dean and dean above. As the dean of the Institute of Instruments, Gade must be many times stronger than Li Mu. If he takes action, I don't know if Elder Shao can step forward in time to help him block it. Forget it. Master Qin's second law, a gentleman will not stand under a dangerous wall, and a good man will not suffer immediate losses. When it is necessary to endure, he must be patient, and when he turns around, he will dig out the chrysanthemum with his backhand. Thinking of this, Qin Feng turned around and returned to his room, taking out the top-quality spiritual weapons that he had not yet had time to put away. When he saw the top-grade spiritual weapon in Qin Feng's hand, Gade's eyes flashed with a strong light, as if he saw a naked beauty standing in front of him. With a snap, Qin Feng made a light move on his hand, and then he saw the spiritual soldier originally in his hand transferred to Gade's hand. Heavenly Star Iron, 100 refined steel, and 9 refined gold, these 3 materials can be fused together without any trace. It's still in the spiritual soldier stage. It's weird, it's really weird. Without spiritual power in the body, even if it is yuan power, it is impossible to reach this point. Only by hammering at extremely high temperatures and at extremely fast speeds can these 3 materials be quickly integrated in a short period of time. Moreover, it requires extremely high control and strength. Although this top-quality spiritual weapon has not yet reached the realm of heavenly weapons, it is infinitely close to the strength of heavenly weapons. As soon as Gade said these words, Sun Qingfeng's eyes widened. Well, you made me the perfect ultimate Sanyuan Dan by making alchemy, and you can also make the best spiritual weapons that are close to the strength of heavenly weapons by making weapons. Why didn't Danyuan recruit such a young man before? Why? Sun Qingfeng was roaring in his heart at this moment. He decided that after returning to the Alchemy Academy, he would kill the alchemist who was responsible for recruiting people at that time. If Qin Feng had entered their Alchemy Academy at that time, why would there be anything happening now? Not to mention having to share Qin Feng with the Instrument Academy. Sun Qingfeng became angry when he thought of this. These fools really don't give me any peace of mind. I can't stop thinking about it. The more I think about it, the angrier it becomes. Qin Feng was confused after hearing Gade's words. What the hell, it's infinitely close to the strength of a heavenly soldier. It sounds a bit strong. But, didn't old man Xiao say that this spiritual weapon was of the highest quality? Qin Feng subconsciously asked this question. Tisk, him. He knows nothing about refining weapons. Gade dismissed Elder Xiao, but looked at Qin Feng with gleaming eyes. Boy, would you like to become your master? I will personally teach you how to refine weapons, and I will ensure that you can reach a higher level than me in the future. Qin Feng, Gade is not only the dean of the Weapons Academy, but also one of the best weapon refiners in our Holy Land who can refine holy weapons. Not to mention the Holy Land, there are countless people in the entire Eastern Wasteland who want to become Gade's sect, not only for the position of true successor but also for being registered. Don't miss this opportunity. Sun Qingfeng did not say what he was doing, but instead spoke for Gade. At this moment, the two of them were on the same front, which was to take Qin Feng out of the Scripture Pavilion first. As long as this kid agrees to leave the Sutra Pavilion, when the time comes, there won't be that much resistance to letting him come to the Alchemy Academy. He can clearly distinguish what is more important. Qin Feng was also shocked. Am I so awesome? Why don't I know? Seeing Qin Feng's shocked expression, Gade was satisfied and glanced at Sun Qingfeng beside him. What do you mean? Look at my brother's move, he's not just holding it in his hands. Dean Gade, if I become a disciple, can I stay in the Sutra Pavilion to refine weapons? Quote? What the hell? Refining weapons in the Sutra Pavilion? Who do you look down upon? The Qidao Mountain in our Qi Academy is a holy place for refining weapons forged by countless sages. Are you telling me that you don't go to the Qidao Mountain and are still here in the Lao Shizi Sutra Pavilion? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I tell you, give up that attachment as soon as possible. Oh, Forget it then, thank you Dean for your love. I quite like the job of being a cabinet guard. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Gade was also stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Not to mention him, Sun Qingfeng on the side also had the same expression. Does this kid know the importance of the two people standing in front of him in the Nine Heavens Holy Land and even the Eastern Wasteland? Did he know what kind of opportunity he was rejecting? As a direct disciple of Gade, is that status comparable to your status as a keeper of the Sutra Pavilion? No, it should be that the person guarding the pavilion is not even qualified to carry someone's shoes. Crack, crack, Gade's fists clenched tightly, causing Qin Feng to subconsciously take 2 steps back. This scene seemed familiar. Did it happen to him not long ago? Let's just say that if you have something to say it well and don't do anything. Elder Xiao, save me. As a result, Qin Feng was just thinking in his heart before he spoke, and saw the little old man's figure flashing, and then he was pinched by his waist with a slight movement, and headed towards the formation of the Sutra Pavilion. Qin Feng even wanted to scold his mother at this moment. I was careless, I didn't dodge, the old man didn't follow martial ethics, he came to cheat, he came to sneak attack on my young man. Why do everyone think I'm easy to bully? Let's just say, can you please change someone else to bully me, and let me rest for 2 days? Why do these words come out of my own mouth? It's a bit weird. Ahem. Gade, can you beat Xiao Zhangfeng? With his strength, the two of us combined may not be sure to win. Sun Qingfeng did not expect that the little old man would take action directly. When he reacted, he quickly caught up and asked. Fear me, I have everything. Gade looked at Sun Qingfeng with eyes full of contempt. Mud. Sun Qingfeng is so frustrated, okay, I'll see if you're showing off or bragging. While Gade and Sun Qingfeng were entering the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Xiao was thinking that although the scenic spot was now steadily taking shape, how to monetize it was a problem. First of all, after all, Qin Feng's job is to be the keeper of the Sutra Pavilion. He can't say that he wants Qin Feng to be harassed all the time, thus affecting the work of the Sutra Pavilion, right? At that time, if it affects the practice of the disciples in the Holy Land, let those old guys know that he cannot bear the blame. After all, his purpose was just to gain points from the disciples of the Holy Land, thereby increasing their enthusiasm for cultivation. If it affects the disciples' cultivation, wouldn't this run counter to his purpose? Therefore, as an attraction, how Qin Feng can continue to draw points from those guys for a long time is the top priority. Secondly, he couldn't keep squeezing Qin Feng, he still had to give certain benefits, otherwise there would be no reason to want the horse to run fast but not give the horse grass. He is not a one-time deal person. It is necessary to fundamentally mobilize Qin Feng's enthusiasm and make him want to participate to gain points or practice resources. Otherwise, just relying on your own coercion, if this kid has a donkey temper and refuses to go away, then you will be self-defeating. Elder Xiao was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice 2 sneaky figures coming out of the formation of the Scripture Pavilion. It wasn't until Qin Feng saw that Elder Xiao had no plan yet that he made a sound. He knew that this old man was unreliable. I was kidnapped from under your nose, young master, and I just didn't notice. You kid, stab me in the back. Gade glared at Qin Feng angrily and looked back. The rocking chair was still rocking, but Xiao Zhangfeng had disappeared. Turning around, he saw the other party standing in front of him, looking very calm. Well, Lao Xiao, this kid said he wanted to be my teacher, so I took him back to the Qi Academy for training. I'll ask someone later tomorrow. No, I'll personally find you a better keeper of the Scripture Pavilion than him. Lord. How about the Foundation Establishment realm? It's much easier to use than him. Gade said in a natural tone. Is it? Elder Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feng. The latter wanted to shake his head desperately, but when Gade discovered that there was a bone in the back of this kid's head, he restrained him directly. Not to mention shaking his head, he couldn't even open his mouth, he could only move his eyes. This made Qin Feng anxious, his eyes swayed from side to side. What, you don't believe me? Gade's eyes squinted, and with that look on his face, anyone familiar with him knew that this little old man was going to lose his temper. Believe it or not, you can't take this person away. Elder Xiao doesn't care about anything. He is still thinking of ways to cash in. If you pry away my scenic spot, then I will be a ghost in the future. Even if the King of Heaven is here today, Qin Feng can't leave the Sutra Pavilion, he said so. What, you want to fight with me? Elder Xiao smiled. This smile not only despised Gade, but also included Sun Qingfeng. Grass. The veins on Sun Qingfeng's forehead were exposed, and he felt uncomfortable. No matter how awesome Yu Xiao Zhangfeng is, you can't ignore people like this. Besides, old man, what about you? Sun Qingfeng glared at Gade from the corner of his eye. Of course we know your name is War Saint Xiao Zhangfeng. Aren't we asking for trouble if we start a fight with you? But I have to take him away today. No one can stop it. The moment Gade said this, Xiao Zhangfeng raised his eyebrows, and two more figures appeared behind him without any warning. Both figures exuded strong auras. Okay, you can call the two guys from Fuyuan and Jin Yuan. Jade, I really belong to you. Sun Qingfeng's eyes lit up and he looked at the two figures behind Xiao Zhangfeng. A simple and elegant lace dress could not cover up his tall figure. His eyes were as deep as a pool. His thin waist and long hair were fluttering in the wind. His face was not painted with makeup, but it was still beautiful. A woman who could make the starry sky lose its color, an ordinary middle-aged man with short hair wearing a gray close-fitting robe. Dean of Fuyuan, Chu Lingxian. The Dean of the Formation Academy, Chu Chengdao. Moreover, at the same time that the two people appeared, a wave of waves slowly unfolded behind Xiao Zhangfeng. In an instant, the figures of the 6 people disappeared directly in front of the Sutra Pavilion, but entered an independent formation space. Forcing old man, Elder Xiao, uncle, please give me some strength. Master, whether I can continue to stay in the Sutra Pavilion depends entirely on you. Qin Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, but with his meager cultivation, he could only worry on the sidelines. Old man guy, you sent a message before and asked us to take action, just because of this boy. Chu Lingxian's voice is very pleasant, like spring water in the mountains, it seems to refresh the heart and mind. Coupled with her stunning appearance, even Qin Feng has to say that, regardless of her age, this woman is really the best of any monk. The good Taoist couple has been chosen. He looks good enough and has a nice voice, but he may be thousands or even thousands of years old. When you take a bite, you will definitely feel like old bacon. Chu Lingxian seemed to have noticed Qin Feng's gaze, and gave him a condescending look. With just this look, Qin Feng immediately did not dare to look at him again. Sure enough, women's feelings are so sensitive. He saw endless depth in the woman's eyes, as if he would fall into that depth and be unable to get out if he looked at her for just one more second. Chu Chengdao on the side also showed some curiosity in his eyes. When he and Chu Lingxian met before, he was also surprised in his heart, what could make the two of them go out together. This is Jushao Holy Land, not outside. When the two arrived at the scene, they were even more surprised when they discovered that Sun Qingfeng, the dean of the Alchemy Academy, was also there. However, these surprises turned into realization when they saw Xiao Zhangfeng. No wonder they were sent out together, Xiao Zhangfeng was not easy to deal with. Moreover, the introduction seems to be the young man caught by Gad. I did it just in case, but you two really came in handy. I want to take this kid as my successor, but old man Xiao won't let me, so I have no choice but to take it forcibly. A great talent, stay in the Sutra Pavilion as a guard. I don't know what he thinks. I'm telling you too, this kid is only at the flesh refining stage, and he can forge top-quality spiritual weapons whose strength is infinitely close to that of heavenly weapons, as well as 3 yuan pills that are at the perfect limit of the foundation establishment stage. As soon as Gade said these words, a flash of light flashed across the eyes of Chu Lingxian and Chu Chengdao, and their eyes fell on Qin Feng. This time, Qin Feng was anxious to death. Originally, he thought that the heaven sealing technique that had broken through to the flesh refining realm would be enough. After all, who would use secret magic powers to look at a disciple who didn't even have a foundation establishment? As a result, he now feels that it still doesn't work, and he must hurry up and improve his speed. At least he has to be promoted to the foundation building realm so that he can have some peace of mind. He couldn't place his hope on the chance that these old guys wouldn't use secret magic to look at him, just in case they were crazy and looked at him. Chapter 51. At this moment, Qin Feng could no longer hear the conversation between them. What he was thinking about right now was that these people must not see through his heaven sealing technique. After all, it had only been a short time since he had broken through from the bronze skin realm to the meat refining realm. You know, Wang Chen had already told Elder Xiao about his mediocre talent when he brought him here, and there were also people in the outer courtyard who knew about his situation. Now that he suddenly has good cultivation talent, it will bring him a lot of trouble. After all, this is a fantasy world. Some people may be late bloomers, commonly known as enlightenment, but some people may also be taken away from their bodies or reincarnated. He didn't want to be searched for his soul by a strong man like Elder Xiao. Thinking of this, Qin Feng simply closed his eyes without doing anything else, otherwise his eyes could reveal a lot of emotions. When the time comes, if these big guys discover something fishy, I will fall short. At the same time, he also gradually reduced his mood swings. He had never eaten pork or watched pigs running. He had read many fantasy novels in his previous life. Some strong men can even detect the psychological fluctuations of their opponents. Mada, old man Xiao, you really want to take action, why are you wasting your time? I'm counting on you for my future, toughen up. Old man Xiao, take action. Don't let me look down on you. I, Qin Feng, was born as a member of the Scripture Collection Pavilion, and died as a ghost of the Scripture Collection Pavilion. Qin Feng closed his eyes tightly. Although his mood swings were reduced, he was praying silently in his heart. But here, perhaps hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, Xiao Zhangfeng slowly raised his palm, which immediately made the four of them feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Among the four, Gate and Sun Qingfeng were not very good at fighting. In comparison, Chu Lingxian, the dean of the Fu Academy, and Chu Chengdao, the dean of the Formation Academy, were stronger. Seeing this, Chu Lingxian's fingers passed through the void, and a rune condensed in front of her. The moment the rune was formed, a shocking wave spread out from the rune. At the same time, Chu Chengdao stepped forward with his right foot. In an instant, countless chains appeared in the space, and each chain exuded a strong and fierce aura. Why are you so nervous? I'm just scratching an itch. After saying that, Xiao Zhangfeng put his palm on his back and scratched it. Chu Lingxian, Chu Chengdao, grass, Nima. Gate and Sun Qingfeng only felt that their veins were beating constantly. The guy in front of them really wanted to kill him. Isn't this messing with people's mentality? Chu Lingxian and Chu Chengdao also felt relieved. After all, they were unwilling to take action against Xiao Zhangfeng. Others didn't know Xiao Zhangfeng's strength. Don't they know that? What is a war saint? He is one whose strength is comparable to that of a saint. When he was young, this old boy was at the highest level among the disciples of the Holy Academy, one level higher than the Holy Sun and the Saint. If that incident hadn't happened, he would probably be either the Supreme Elder or the Deputy Sect Leader now. Precisely because they understand what ordinary people don't understand, they are even more fearful. However, just when the two of them were in a trance, Elder Xiao moved. With this movement, he crossed over Gate and Sun Qingfeng and headed straight for Chu Chengdao. Kill the one who knows the formations first, and then the one who uses talismans. The other two are not yet at his mercy. Before anyone had time to react, Elder Xiao seemed to have traveled through space and came directly to Chu Chengdao. He pointed at Chu Chengdao's chest, and his sharp breath made Chu Chengdao's body sting. If this blow is accurate, the latter will be directly restrained and lose its combat effectiveness. Not good. Chu Chengdao was shocked. Although he had already suspected it, when Xiao Zhangfeng took action, he realized that the war saint was the war saint after all. Even if he set up a large formation in advance, he was still at a disadvantage. But today, the four of them gathered together. If they were suppressed by others, then the dean of the 4th hospital should simply stop hanging around in front of Xiao Zhangfeng in the future, so as to save embarrassment. His thoughts fluctuated violently. Chu Chengdao's mind moved, and countless chains wrapped around him and blocked him, colliding with Elder Xiao's fingers. Boo! In an instant, the defense made of countless chains collapsed at the first touch, and it felt like there was a huge difference in power between the two sides. But when he blocked, it was enough time for the other three to react. Chu Lingxian, who was the first to react, had already hit the rune on Xiao Zhangfeng's back. Gate and Sun Qingfeng, on the other hand, attacked Xiao Zhangfeng from the left and right respectively. At this moment, Gate had already thrown Qin Feng out unceremoniously. Old man, you want to take revenge on me? Just wait for me. Qin Feng, who was thrown to the ground, felt that his bones were about to fall apart. You know, his body has been tempered by the Body Sutra. If it were replaced by an ordinary bronze-skinned minor cultivator, he would probably have to lie down for 10 days and a half. Unfortunately, he can't use the body-forging golden body yet, otherwise it would be much better. Mard, when you turn around, look for those techniques and secret techniques that can enhance the internal strength of the body in the Sutra Pavilion. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The more I think about it when I step back, the more I lose. Grass. Everything stems from the phobia caused by lack of strength. On the other side, Xiao Zhangfeng seemed not to feel the power of the shocking runes behind him. He even pointed directly at Chu Chengdao's chest without caring about Sun Qingfeng and Gade on both sides. The latter suddenly felt his body go numb, and the power in his body instantly became chaotic, and he could no longer move even if he wanted to. However, Chu Lingxian's rune was only a moment away from Xiao Zhangfeng's back. At this moment, a wave appeared in the space and enveloped the bodies of Chu Lingxian, Sun Qingfeng and Gade. Immediately afterwards, their bodies became unable to move. This is. Chu Lingxian's eyes flickered, and Sun Qingfeng and Gade seemed to have thought of something and cursed at Elder Xiao. Xiao Zhangfeng belongs to your uncle. You actually use the power of the Sutra Pavilion. You don't have martial ethics. Dirty, you fool, you are so dirty. You are bullying. Gade's old bronze face turned dark red due to the suffocation, and his two huge nostrils kept breathing heavily. If looks could kill, Xiao Zhangfeng had died countless times in his eyes. They were very confident that the four of them could take Qin Feng away from the Sutra Pavilion, but they forgot one thing. As the elder of the Sutra Pavilion, Xiao Zhangfeng could use the power of the Sutra Pavilion. The 12 forbidden areas of Jushao Holy Land are not only forbidden areas, but also heritage. Every forbidden place possesses the power to penetrate the heaven and the earth. Good. Well done, old man Xiao. As expected of Mr. Qin, he is the person I like. Although you old boy still has ulterior motives for me, at least you are better than those other old men. When Gade was restrained, the restriction on Qin Feng was automatically broken. When he saw the situation at the scene, he felt stable. I don't have to leave the Sutra Pavilion anymore. Gade and Sun Qingfeng never thought that they would not fall on Xiao Zhangfeng, but on the Scripture Deposit Pavilion. And the fall was so sudden and so complete. The supreme and majestic power of the Sutra Pavilion, let alone a few of them, if it is fully activated, it will not even be able to please the saint. Xiao Zhangfeng, you are unreasonable. Sun Qingfeng also felt aggrieved, seeing that he was only one step away from success. Actually, there were still many steps away, but he would not admit it. But in the end, he cheated. Blanche, what, are you going to bite me? Come on. This elder is standing right here. Come here. The extremely unbeatable tone made Sun Qingfeng's head smoke, and Gade beside him was panting heavily and shaking the space. As for Chu Lingxian and Chu Chengdao, they didn't have such big tempers. They were originally brought over to help out. All the effort that should be put in has been done, and they don't need to think about the outcome. Boy, stand behind me. Here, Xiao Zhangfeng's voice rang in Qin Feng's ears, and the latter obediently came behind Xiao Zhangfeng. Guai, it turns out that I can control the Sutra Pavilion and have such power. Qin Feng was shocked, but he was not envious. After all, it had nothing to do with him. He believed that as long as he lived in the Sutra Pavilion, one day in the future, he would be able to have the strength he had in front of him without even needing to borrow the Sutra Pavilion. Mud, let's think about making talismans and drawing formations, 2 weeks and 14 days. Qin Feng felt his head hurt when he thought of this. After all, he had to be wary of forcing the old man to find trouble with him. Hey, my heart is tired and my body is tired too. How come other people who have traveled through time are either favored by demons or accepted as direct descendants by saints? Even if they are not good enough, they still have countless younger brothers. But not only do I have no younger brothers, it seems that I have become someone else's younger brother now. What the hell, are you so miserable? But then he thought about it, if Elder Xiao hadn't forced him so much, he would have been a pretty good elder brother. It's just that there is no if. Sigh to cover your tears. It's hard to hang on, it's hard to reach the blue sky. Tired, destroy it. Qin Feng, who had just escaped from the clutches of the devil, suddenly became unhappy when he thought that he seemed to have just been exchanged from one devil's clutch to another. I'll give you a solution for today's matter, and if you agree, it'll be over. How about that? Xiao Zhangfang glanced at the four of them and suddenly said with a smile, which made the four of them shudder. This guy is definitely full of evil. But now they are the weak side. People are under the roof, so they have to bow their heads. Say it, as long as it's not too much. Chu Chengdao's words made Xiao Zhangfang smile even more. Of course not too much. Each of you will give me 1 million points, for a total of 4 million points. After all, using the scripture pavilion also requires energy. Xiao Zhangfang's words directly made the four people's eyes widen. 1 million per person. Xiao Zhangfang, why don't you go and grab it? To me, you look like a million, and your whole family looks like a million. No, not a cent. Gade is so angry. I used to deduct 30,000 points from me, but I thought it was too expensive. Now it has been increased by 33 times. I want to give it to you and give it to you directly. 1 million points is too many. I will give you 30,000 points at most. Lao Shao, this is enough. We all have to look up and see each other, and we will continue to work together in the future. Sun Qingfeng recovered from the shock and said with a frown. What about you? Xiao Zhangfeng ignored Sun Qingfeng and Gade and looked at Chu Lingxian and Chu Chengdao. The two of them did not answer immediately because they felt that Xiao Zhangfeng would not be so easy to talk to. Sure enough, the next words confirmed their guess. Actually, the solution I am talking about is not asking you to agree or disagree, but you must agree. If you don't agree, I think there are only a few hours before dawn. We, the disciples of the Holy Academy, should be very happy to see your current posture. Nima, I'll kill you. What a fool, Xiao Zhangfeng, you are not a human when you ride on a horse. This blow went straight into the weak points of the four of them, especially Sun Qingfeng and Gade, two guys who care about face, and immediately cursed. Although Chu Lingxian didn't care about face, she cared about image. As for Chu Chengdao, it seemed that he was four people the worst of all. These clothes are almost in rags. This will be seen by all the disciples tomorrow, and he will have to be searched in the Holy Land. The battle between the five people here was very exciting for Qin Feng. If he could get 4 million points, he would be able to settle down. Should I discuss it with Elder Xiao later and ask him to improve his salary? His requirements are not high, so I might as well add 2 zeros at the end. If you don't agree, forget it. Xiao Zhangfeng hammered his neck, then turned and walked towards the door of the Sutra Pavilion. At the same time, several people who were originally in an independent space appeared in the next second, and the formation was broken. Chu Chengdao's eyelids jumped. Old Xiao, I'll give it, if you're paralyzed, don't leave, I'll give you 1 million points. Xiao Zhangfeng waved directly, and the latter's nameplate came into his hand. Points minus 1 million. The moment the latter's nameplate returned to his hand, the suppressive power on his body disappeared. Chu Chengdao flashed away without saying a word, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Chu Lingxian could only pay 1 million points, and then glanced at Qin Feng before leaving. Good, very good. I admit defeat. You can do it. Afterwards, Sun Qingfeng and Gade finally paid 1 million points each and left with a dark face. Especially Gade, how arrogant he was before, now he is so embarrassed. What are you looking at? Go back and do your own thing. If you fail to complete the task within the specified time, you will pack up and leave. Xiao Zhangfeng glared at Qin Feng. If you are a horse and a dog, you are forcing me to do this, old man. Qin Feng made an international gesture in his heart, and then entered the Sutra Pavilion. On Xiao Zhangfeng's side, as soon as he lay down on the rocking chair, his eyes narrowed, and Yi Hen, dressed in white and with black hair like steel needles, appeared in front of him. Give me half the points. Otherwise you won't be able to use the power of the Sutra Pavilion next time. Grass. Elder Xiao's fist suddenly became hard, and then he handed over half of the points he had just credited into his account before they were warmed up. What a shame. The next day, when Lan Ying knew that the dean had returned without success, she was dumbfounded. If even the dean couldn't do it, wouldn't that mean that boy couldn't become her apprentice? No, with such a talent, you can earn it if you pick it up. How can you miss it? Then she rolled her eyes and called her apprentice Yi Menjur over. Disciple, It's time for you to take action. Only success and no failure. Now you go to the Sutra Pavilion and seduce Qin Feng, the guard of the pavilion. With your beauty, I don't believe he can remain indifferent. Lan Ying said solemnly. Quote ? Yi Menger's baby fat little face suddenly turned red, and her whole body looked like a ripe apple. She thought to herself, what was the master talking about? How could it be? How could it be like this? Then, before she could react, Lan Ying pushed her out of the alchemy courtyard and headed towards the Sutra Pavilion. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to train a disciple, but only 1 moment to train him. There is no need to wait any longer. Looking at the reluctant Yi Menger's retreating figure, Lan Ying had never felt so witty as at this moment. HMPH, if Xiao Menger takes action, I don't believe that Qin Feng is just a piece of wood. How about it? You won't be able to escape from my clutches in the end. A winner's smile appeared on Lan Ying's face, and her mood suddenly improved. After all, if Qin Feng voluntarily left the scripture depository pavilion, Elder Xiao would not hinder him. Moreover, after Yi Menger turned Qin Feng over to her, she could also arrange for the senior sister Yi Menger to take her junior brother and let them spend some time alone. By the time everything is settled, it is a foregone conclusion that Qin Feng will go back on his word even if he wants to. There is a problem, that is, how to convince Yi Menger to be with Qin Feng. After all, the two of them have no emotional basis, and forcefulness is not sweet. Although she is Yi Menger's master, she is not willing to coerce Yi Menger. After much thought, Lan Ying couldn't figure out how to persuade Yi Menger. I'm so annoyed. Forget it, don't think about it now, let's wait until Qin Feng comes over. Lan Ying stopped thinking about this troublesome thing. One good thing about her was that she didn't put her troubles in her heart. However, what she didn't expect was that the scripture depository pavilion was no longer a question of whether Qin Feng wanted to leave, but a question of whether Elder Xiao asked him to leave. What to do? You asked me what to do. If I knew what to do, I would come to you. Gade looked at Sun Qingfang in front of him with a look of resentment. If this guy hadn't come to find him, would he have lost the 1 million points? No, to be precise, it should be 1.03 million points. When he thought of this, Gade's heart ached. Not only had he spent the points, but he still hadn't received the person. He had also been treated badly by that pushy old man Xiao Zhangfang. For a moment, Gade was about to explode with anger. Sun Qingfang, who was sitting opposite, was also very angry, but at least he was not as angry as Gade, even though he had spent an extra 30,000 points. Do you think Xiao Zhangfang was the only one who took action yesterday? Sun Qingfang said quietly. You mean, that guy also took action? Gade's eyelids twitched and he asked in disbelief. Yes, although Xiao Zhangfang can use the power of the Sutra Pavilion, which is the key, the guy on the 13th floor is the key to deciding whether to let the key enter the lock. So, Yi Hen definitely knew when Xiao Zhangfang took action yesterday. Hearing Sun Qingfang's analysis, Gade's face became even more ugly. A Xiao Zhangfang would give them a headache, let alone someone who gave them the same headache as Xiao Zhangfang. Now, the two of them should not even think about abducting Qin Feng to their Danyuan and Qiwan. No solution. Why? After pondering for a moment, Gade thought of a way and his eyes lit up. Tell me, what would happen if we spread Qin Feng's talent among you and me? Gade's words made Sun Qingfang narrow his eyes slightly. That's right, those guys usually act like they are the boss in the sky, the second boss in the earth, and the third boss in the world. When it comes to alchemy, no one will obey the other. It would be interesting if we could let them know about Qin Feng's existence. A person who is just a keeper of the Sutra Pavilion in the copper skin realm can refine a perfect 3-yuan pill and a top-grade spiritual weapon that is close to the strength of a heavenly weapon. How can you have the dignity to claim to be a genius? Old guy, I didn't expect that a careless guy like you could think of such a method. The light in Sun Qingfang's eyes suddenly became very bright, and the whole person was completely different from before. Go away, I have a tiger in my heart and smell the roses, okay. Gade rolled his eyes at Sun Qingfang. The two of them were now allies on the same front, so of course they couldn't fight among themselves. So the two of them happily decided to let the disciples in their respective courtyards know that there was an awesome guardian in the Sutra Pavilion. Master, it's true. How can you say such a thing? On the other side, Yi Menger's face was slightly red, and she was actually a little embarrassed by Lan Ying's words. But she also knew that her master had that kind of character. He was careless, and he was heartless. It would be difficult for her to have such a master on the stall. Fortunately, although the master was not very reliable, he was very kind to her and treated her as his own. Then, she came to the Sutra Pavilion. Jushao Holy Land is very large. Although there are millions of disciples in total, in addition to the 12 forbidden areas, there are many other places in the Holy Land, so basically there will not be too many disciples entering the Sutra Pavilion at the same time. No, after Xiao Zhangfeng returned the nameplate to Yi Menger and she entered the Scripture Collection Pavilion, she realized that she was alone at this moment. Looking at the young man standing in front of him, he was half a head taller than her. She was already 1.72 meters tall, so wouldn't Qinfeng be 1.85 meters tall? And the more I look at this kid, the more I find it pleasing to my eyes. I can't call him handsome, but he's pretty good looking. Yi Menger took a sneak peek at Qinfeng and found that the other party was looking at her with burning eyes, and her face suddenly turned red. She didn't know why, but there were many male alchemists in the Alchemy Academy, and she had never been like this when she saw them. At the same time, after receiving the news, Qinfeng put down the rune book he was looking at and came to the formation. As a result, he saw this senior sister glance at him and her face turned red. He didn't believe that it was because of his charm that the other party blushed. He knew exactly how much he weighed. What makes him a real person? He never overestimates himself. Qinfeng blinked, took 2 steps forward, and came to Yi Menger. Sister, are you sick? Quote ? Yi Menger stared at the 2 Kazilan's big eyes and looked at Qinfeng with dazzling eyes. Her whole little face bulged because of Qinfeng's words. How could this guy say he was sick right from the start? How can you still curse? At this glance, Qinfeng knew that Yi Menger might have understood it wrong, and it was his own fault. After all, he was outspoken and did not finish what he said. Senior sister, don't get me wrong. I mean, are you feeling unwell? When he said this, Qinfeng subconsciously reached out and touched his own forehead, and then touched the other person's forehead. It's not hot, it's not a fever, so why does your face look like a red apple? Yi Menger, on the other hand, was so shocked by Qinfeng's move that her little head started to smoke slightly, and her little face turned so red that it looked like it was about to catch fire. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, Elder Xiao's message sounded, and before Qinfeng could react, he saw 3 figures walking out of the formation of the Scripture Pavilion. The gazes of Zhang Dao, Xiao Zhang and Yuan Hua instantly met Qinfeng's gaze in the void. Xiao Zhang, the little fat man, uttered a curse word. Hiss. Zhang Dao took a breath. It seems we came at the wrong time. Yuan Hua's words made the other 2 people nod in unison, and the 3 of them exchanged glances with each other. See no evil, hear no evil, we haven't seen anything, don't kill people and silence them. Don't be sad and resentful. Silence is better than sound at this time. In the Sutra Pavilion, there was only the faint sound of breathing. The 5 of them stood quietly in the Sutra Pavilion, motionless, and Yi Menger's little head suddenly shut down. The 3 of them, Xiao and Zhang, wanted to quit the Scripture Pavilion at this time, but the 204 points that time were too expensive, so they hesitated. And at this moment of hesitation, Qinfeng reacted. Ahem, that's not what you think. I saw that this senior sister was a little sick, so I came to help her. Sister, is this true? Qinfeng looked at Yi Menger who was still wandering in the world, his eyes almost blinked. What is this guy doing? He is innocent. The 3 of them looked at each other. Did he think they were blind or blind? Should we nod along with what he said? If we don't follow what he said and he gives us some additional kung fu and martial arts, are we going to live? Zhang Dao and Xiao Zhang had psychological shadows, and Yuan Hua, who was pulled over by them, had an even greater shadow on the legendary keeper of the Sutra Pavilion who killed people without repaying their lives. After all, some things have a much greater impact when they happen to others than when they happen to you. Yuan Hua shuddered subconsciously and nodded repeatedly. Upon seeing this, Zhang Dao and Xiao Zhang also nodded instantly like chickens pecking at rice. Yes, we think so too, please don't get me wrong about junior brother Qin. The 3 of them borrowed donkeys from the slope and went down the steps after finding the steps. They were joking. The shadow of the human life tree, your name as the guardian of the Sutra Pavilion has spread in our outer courtyard. Whoever you can't get along with, you can't get along with. I can't go against you. Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the three of them did not misunderstand his relationship with Yi Menger, with a sincere smile on his face, the kind of thief who is really a thief. After all, he originally thought that he would never be able to do business with Xiaozhong and Zhang Dao again. Unexpectedly, these two people not only came back, but also attracted a customer for him. Then he would return the favor and thank them properly. What a good man. Miss me so much. Tears. Ah. Suddenly, a scream rang out in Qin Feng's ears, making the latter startled and his heart pounding. However, before he could figure out what happened, he saw Yi Menger's figure rushing out of the scripture deposit pavilion. Qin Feng couldn't do this directly. Well, she must be a rich woman. After all, 204 points is a lot. You city dwellers are really good at playing. Here comes the teleportation array in the Jingzhang Sutra Pavilion. Qin Feng thought for a moment and then looked at Xiao and Zhang. Senior brothers, are you looking for any secrets? Leave it to me. This time, I guarantee there will be no side effects. Qin Feng issued a military order before the three of them opened their mouths. After all, business has to be smooth and steady, and one-time transactions are not allowed. He hates one-shot deals. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Xiaozhong and Zhang Dao opened their mouths, but found that they were now a little uneasy about whether to believe Qin Feng. On the contrary, Yuanhua, who was here for the first time, directly explained his needs to Qin Feng after Qin Feng finished these two sentences. Originally, Yuanhua and Xiaozhong were both at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and were about to reach the 9th level. As a result, within a few days, both of them entered the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, so they went to the Sutra Storage Pavilion with Zhang Dao, hoping to find some techniques that would be helpful in breaking through the accumulation of spiritual light. After all, although they are mortal foundation builders, the chance of entering the spiritual light realm is only a few 100%, but who doesn't want to be able to continue to move up? It can be said that any monk who has reached the 9th level of the foundation building realm will undoubtedly choose to continue, regardless of whether it is a mortal foundation building or not. Cultivation is to compete with God for fate. At this point, no one wants to admit defeat. Moreover, the three of them are still hundreds of years away from reaching the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Moreover, having experienced the previous things together, the originally tense relationship between Zhang Dao and Xiaozhong began to relax, and the two parties got to know each other again, which both Yuanhua and Zhang Qing were willing to see. On Qin Feng's side, after hearing Yuanhua's needs, he thought carefully, guided him to the location, and then looked at Xiaozhong and Zhang Dao. The two of them also knew at this time that it was not easy to come in once, and it was impossible to be like the rich senior sister just now, so they also made a request. Of these two people, one practiced fire attribute auxiliary skills, and the other practiced water attribute auxiliary skills. If this were a man and a woman, they would be a perfect match. However, the two men, Qin Feng was a little far-sighted. Then he guided the two of them to the specific location of the classics. There are 1 to 2 million books in the scripture pavilion. There must be some books with flaws and side effects, and there are quite a lot of them. But compared with the normal classics without problems, the number of problematic classics is not that large. Qin Feng also screened carefully this time, and only told the two of them after confirming that there were no problems. On the other side, Yi Menger quickly ran back to the Danyuan after leaving the Sutra Pavilion. This made Lan Ying confused when she saw her. Let's just say, why is my good disciple so fast? No, what about that person? Why did you come back by yourself? Where is your junior brother? Lan Ying came to Yi Menger with a head full of questions. She was even more surprised when she saw that her disciple's little face was still a little red at the moment. What happened to the kidney? Menger, what's wrong with you? Where is Qin Feng? Lan Ying looked at Yi Menger and asked. Master, I didn't succeed. Yi Menger's voice was as low as the sound of a mosquito and was almost inaudible. This made Lan Ying's expectant face suddenly fall. However, she still comforted her apprentice. It's okay. Failure is the mother of success. How did you come up with that sentence? All it takes is an iron pestle to be ground into an embroidery needle. Don't doubt your own charm, you can do it, Munger. You are only one step away from success. Lan Ying felt very unwilling. After all, Qin Feng's talent would be wasted in the Sutra Pavilion. Now without Li Mu's trouble, he could say that he was only one Yi Munger away from success. She also knew that her apprentice was thin-skinned and might even be teased by Qin Feng, but she didn't dare to tell her. But if that were the case, then wouldn't it be just one step away from success? No, master, I haven't taken the step out yet. Yi Munger didn't dare to say any more after saying this. She actually had one sentence left. That was the moment Qin Feng approached her. Her heartbeat was so fast, until the guy touched her, her brain it seemed that the blood flow was too fast, and the computer immediately shut down. After hearing Yi Munger's words, Lan Ying's eyes widened instantly, and she almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When she saw her apprentice's expression at this moment, she didn't know why. The cabbage she had raised for a long time seemed to have been taken advantage of. No, although there is no arch, it is like an arch. The problem is, nothing gets done. Does this count as losing his wife and losing his troops? Ah, no, my ribs and wishbones hurt from anger. Go find that guy Li Mu and beat him up to vent your anger. A violent roar sounded in the outer courtyard, causing all the outer disciples and handyman disciples to tremble subconsciously. This woman is so terrible. When they thought of that terrifying figure, they all shrank their necks in fear. I hope Elder Li is okay. Pray, Lan Ying, are you sick from riding a horse? Li Mu, with a bruised nose and swollen face, roared at Lan Ying. The loud voice was heard extremely clearly by all the outer disciples and the handyman disciples. However, these disciples acted as if they had heard nothing and were not even the least bit curious. Just kidding, the curious grave grass has grown 10 feet tall. These days, not being curious is a good quality. It's great. Lan Ying ignored Li Mu's roar, but showed a satisfied look on her face, then turned around and walked away gracefully, leaving Li Mu with scars all over her body. The latter was originally going to yell at those guys who were watching the fun, but when he reacted, he realized that no one was watching the fun. This made him, who was angry but couldn't express his anger, not happy because no one saw his embarrassing appearance, but not happy either because he was very aggrieved. It was so uncomfortable that I wanted to vomit blood. Elder Li, are you okay? Zhao Feng appeared in front of Li Mu cautiously. Looking at the old man covered in purple and blue, he knew how ruthless Lan Ying was. However, when an alchemist uses pills, they are often accompanied by various side effects. At this moment, Li Mu's body was filled with countless flavors mixed together, which was unforgettable. What are you looking at? You have nothing to do. Get out of here. Li Mu was worried that no one would get angry. When he saw Zhao Feng coming, he immediately let go. Who told you that you don't have a sharp eye, but you show up at this time? Then don't blame me for turning on the all-attack mode. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. I'm riding a horse. Zhao Feng looked confused at first, and then his whole face turned red. If he hadn't considered that he couldn't defeat Elder Li, he would have taken action immediately. It's so frustrating. It seems that he has never encountered good things with Elder Li. If you think about it carefully, this is really the case. Mud, let's go. If I meddle in my own business again, I'll be a dog. You're so mean to me. Zhao Feng wished he could slap himself in the face. On the other side, after Qin Feng sent away the trio, he still buried himself in the classics. Although 2 weeks seemed like a long time, in order to keep his job, he conservatively estimated that he would have to draw the best spiritual talisman and draw the best spiritual formation in order to avoid being troubled by Elder Shao. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't know what trouble he would get into. When he thought that this might happen, he felt that time was running out. Fortunately, on average, not many people came to the Sutra Pavilion, so he could take time out to read and comprehend the classics. You have successfully integrated and deduced the Spirit Talisman Record, Spirit Talisman Manual, and Auralite Talisman Forging Method, and mastered the advanced technique, Fu Jing, Part 1, from them. You have mastered Fu Jing Part 1 Qualification plus 20. You have mastered the Book of Talisman Part 1 Comprehension plus 50. You have mastered the Book of Talisman Part 1 Constitution plus 20. You have mastered the Book of Talisman Part 1 Lifespan plus 20. You have mastered The Book of Talisman, Part 1. Your cultivation level is +20. You have comprehended the Fu Jing, Part 1, and mastered the first of Fu Ancestors' 9 methods, Void Condensation Talisman. You have comprehended the Advanced Spiritual Talisman, Divine Enlightenment Talisman. Divine Enlightenment Talisman. After use, it can increase the body's strength by 30% within an hour, with no side effects. Golden Legend. Qin Feng now knows that once a new skill is derived from fusion, he will definitely master a new secret method, but the opportunity to comprehend such an advanced divine talisman does not come every time. Just like when he combined the Alchemy Emperor Sutra and the true interpretation of Qi Dao, before, he only mastered the furnace method and the heavenly forging method. And it was only when I understood the Alchemy Sutra that I understood a foundation building elixir recipe perfect. Now, he has comprehended a new spiritual talisman, the Divine Enlightenment Talisman. In fact, among the talismans that can be used in the foundation building realm, there are more than a dozen types of talismans for attack, defense, speed improvement, etc. But among these talismans, none can directly enhance the body's strength. This means that once the divine talisman is used, not only attack and defense, but also other aspects such as reaction force and speed will be improved by 30% based on the original body. This is simply a killer weapon that determines the direction of the battle. This kind of spiritual talisman that can enhance the body's strength can only be produced at least in the spiritual light realm. Of course, if the deacon or vice dean of the Alchemy Academy is asked to research a talisman that can temporarily enhance the strength of the foundation establishment realm, it is not impossible to research it. It's just that no one would do this, because the foundation building realm is the second realm of cultivation and is unnecessary. For example, Qin Feng once saw in a book of anecdotes on the 3rd floor that a direct bloodline of a certain Holy Land elder carried high-grade Taoist talismans with him when he went out, which could threaten the semi-holy realm powerhouse. Although that person his cultivation is only at the Yuanshan realm. But he is so arrogant. How can you fix it? At that time, Qin Feng even called him a rich man with envy. After all, he did not have such a powerful backing that could give him a small cultivation talisman of the body forging realm. 3 days have passed, and there are still 4 days left. It's stable. Qin Feng looked at the time and based on his past experience, the remaining 4 days were enough. Immediately afterwards, he began to select the talisman paper and talisman ink for making the talisman. Anyway, it's all given by Elder Shao, so it's all in vain if you don't use it. Moreover, the secret technique of void condensation talisman must be hidden, otherwise, it will be very dangerous if he does not keep it all. Didn't you see that the level of the Dean of the Alchemy Academy can be used to condense talisman in the void? He is a minor cultivator in the body forging realm without yuanli and spiritual power, and he can't condense in the void. Qin Feng read through all the classics about runes on the first 3 floors of the Scripture Collection Pavilion, and also learned some things about the runes that he didn't know before. There are many ways to draw talismans, and a good person can even draw powerful talismans on ordinary paper. But generally, talisman masters will use special talisman paper to draw talismans. The next higher level is to use talisman, and after that is the void condensation talisman. To reach the void condensing talisman, it does not mean that you have to be in the semi-saint realm like Chuling Xian. Generally, when you reach the law realm, a powerful talisman master may master the void condensing talisman. Dingling. Just when Qin Feng was working hard, a message from Elder Shao came. Qin Feng sighed and could only interrupt his thoughts and leave the room. It's like you were having a fight with your bedmate, but when the courier arrived and asked you to sign for it in person, you had to pick up your pants and get out of bed to sign for it. I feel extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, just when Qin Feng stood in front of the formation, a figure walked out of the formation. Qin Feng blinked. Isn't this the brave senior brother from before? Is your body feeling better? That's right, after all, it's been a while, and it's time to get better. Wang Zan looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. Recalling what happened at the door just now, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He already said it was the first level, but Elder Shao deducted 960 points from him. However, thinking about the transformation of his body after recovery, he felt that the points were worth it no matter how much he spent. Junior brother, where is the Ti Jing? Wang Zan looked at Qin Feng and asked, very urgently, after all, there were only 2 hours. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Qin Feng had a question mark on his head. Brother Brave, no, are you prone to masochism? So you are such a person. Disrespect, disrespect. No, respect, clasping fists. Qin Feng felt a little numb. What kind of people were he picking up? They were either masochists, or they came up to bite him. Thinking about the people I have met in the Sutra Pavilion during this period, they are so diverse and diverse. He subconsciously excluded himself. Well, he's not a masochist. We do it for practice. Senior brother, are you getting benefits from the Ti Jing? Qin Feng chuckled and took down the Ti Jing from the bookshelf. Wang Zan smiled slightly and did not answer, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell from his expression that he must have gained something. Since he had gained something, Qin Feng did not persuade him any more. Instead, he silently watched Wang Zan's practice. On Wang Zan's side, he still chose to make the first move. Severe pain instantly swept through his body, but after the last encounter with broken bones, his physical strength was a bit higher than before. This gave him hope that he could go further in the spiritual light realm. He doesn't just want to be the third in the spiritual light realm, he wants to be the first in the spiritual light realm. Attack the core disciples with the first position. With such a belief in his heart, Wang Zan's endurance reached a level that he could not even imagine. Kaka. The sound between bones made Wang Zan's face begin to sweat continuously until a certain moment. Click. A sound. Well, last time it was 2 ribs and 2 leg bones. This time it was better, all the limbs were broken, not only that, but 4 ribs were also broken. Wang Zan groaned in pain, then looked at Qin Feng with his eyes, and then glanced hard outside the scripture pavilion. Understood. Qin Feng made an okay gesture, quickly walked out of the scripture collection pavilion, and then brought old man Xiao back. Old Xiao was speechless. This disciple probably had a bad brain and was seriously ill. He remembered that this Ti Jing was not meant for people to practice at all, yet this guy was still practicing vigorously. Afterwards, he once again used his strength to help Wang Zan reconnect the broken bones, and then left the Sutra Pavilion directly. Wang Zan looked at Qin Feng, who made a don't worry gesture, and then helped Wang Zan out of the scripture collection pavilion. Senior brother Wang, walk slowly, don't send me away. Qin Feng waved his hand, then turned around and entered the scripture collection pavilion. Question mark question mark question mark. Wang Zan's fists were clenched tightly and made a loud banging sound. Madhu, this guy is a dog. Gone, if I trust him again next time, I will be a dog. Wang Zan cried when he thought about the distance between the Sutra Pavilion and his residence. Last time it was midnight, but this time it was daytime. He still wants to lose face. Blanche. It wasn't until this moment that he remembered what Qian Hong had told him about how good Qin Feng, the guardian of the Sutra Pavilion, was at torturing people. He didn't believe it before, but now he believes it. Mad. You still want me to give it to him? Are you kidding? I almost don't have enough time to make my own talisman, so I still want to give it to you. Qin Feng obviously had no intention of sending Wang Zan back. After all, he didn't have much time left. The best spiritual talisman must be refined in the next few days. Otherwise, he would have to pack up and leave the Sutra Pavilion. Sister Yu, thank you. It really helped me a lot. Lin Ru looked at Zhou Yu in front of her with surprise on her face, holding the disciple nameplate tightly in her hand. Just now, she and Zhou Yu had just returned from completing a mission outside, and she had gained a lot of points by following Zhou Yu. A total of 110 points, plus the 10 points she had left last time, it was exactly 120 points. She could also go to the scripture collection pavilion and find Qin Feng to settle the accounts. When she thought of that guy, Lin Ru was so angry that her teeth itched. During this period of time, she tried countless methods, but she couldn't find her soul. You know, if there is no soul, then all her cultivation will be lost. Thinking that this might be the result, Lin Ru went crazy. However, in her current state, she had to regain her soul to recover. Otherwise, she would only be able to recover her memory for a limited time within a week. If I had known earlier, I would not have entered Jushao Holy Land so recklessly. Who could have known that he would actually fall into such a big trap in the hands of that little thief? It's all my own sisters. Why are you so grateful? It's you. You haven't come to see me during this time. I miss you. Zhou Yu grabbed Lin Ru's hands, and the latter's body trembled slightly and became numb. She almost forgot that this woman's hobbies were a bit special. But her orientation is normal. Ah, Sister Yu, shouldn't I seize the time to practice? After all, you have gone to the outer sect. If I don't work hard, the gap between you and me will become wider and wider. I won't be willing to accept it then. Lin Ru smiled guiltily. That's right, you are already in the late stage of marrow cleansing, and you are about to build the foundation. Is the foundation establishment pill ready? Ready. Then I'll be waiting for you at the outer door. After Zhou Yu touched Lin Ru's hands, he let go with some reluctance and turned around to leave. Lin Ru felt completely out of sorts, but she still had to regain her composure and settle the score with Qin Feng. After all, she had to get a definite answer from Qin Feng as to where her soul had gone. When she thought of this, she got a headache, because there were two immortal guys on the 13th floor of the Sutra Deposit Pavilion or outside the Sutra Deposit Pavilion. Lin Ru, why did you provoke him in the first place? You decide whether you deserve it or not. It's all your own fault that it's come to this point. Lin Ru felt extremely regretful. If she provoked Qin Feng again, she would be like a dog. Menger. On the other side, Yi Menger heard someone calling her, so she turned around. Uncle Feng, are you looking for me? Yi Menger blinked her eyes. The woman in front of her undoubtedly revealed an aura of luxury from the inside out, and her whole body was enveloped by a strange medicinal fragrance. He is one of the best spirit-level alchemists in the Alchemy Academy. And her master is none other than Vice Dean Yang Shui. That's right, she is Lan Ying's junior sister and Yang Shui's close disciple. Within 2 years of being admitted to the sect, she has gone from being a novice with no experience in alchemy to being able to refine perfect aura realm elixirs. Level alchemist. Let me ask you something, do you know Qin Feng? Ah, what's wrong? When Yi Menger heard Fengeling's words, she became stupefied. Fengeling frowned, surprised by Yi Menger's change. I heard that he used his bronze skin realm cultivation to refine the perfect foundation establishment realm 3 yuan pill, right? That's what happened. That'll do. A flash of divine light flashed across Fengeling's eyes. She wanted to see what the secrets of the Sutra Tiding Pavilion keeper who was extremely talented in alchemy that had been rumored in the Alchemy Academy in the past 2 days were really like. She didn't bully him either. Wasn't it the foundation building realm Sanyuan Dan? They just try this. In recent times, although it is not as comfortable as before, entering the country is not bad. With my increasing strength, I have successfully refreshed a lot of the books on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Aptitude and understanding are about to be promoted to the 6th level, and cultivation is about to break through the meat refining realm and be promoted to the strong muscle realm. Most importantly, it's another step towards immortality. Name: Qin Feng. Qualification: 7th grade, 49,630 50 thousandths. Comprehension: 7th grade, 49,750 thousandths. Physique: psychic body, 2,755 10 thousandths. Lifespan: 256 years and 150 days remaining. Cultivation: body forging realm meat refining 354 hundredths. Exercise techniques: Jushao Zhengfa 2nd level Alchemy Emperor Sutra 1st chapter True Interpretation of Qi Dao 1st chapter and Talisman Sutra 1st chapter. Martial arts: 9 heavens wind and thunder palm, powerful bull demon fist, 9 heavens thunder escape, sky destroying drawing sword technique. Secret techniques: 5 senses seal, consciousness seal, breath condensation technique, heaven sealing technique, furnace technique, sky forging technique, void condensation talisman. Supernatural powers: forged golden body, blue blood divine Shi. In the scripture collection pavilion, Qin Feng sorted out his changes in the recent period. Although he was busy with recruiting disciples, refining elixirs, and refining weapons every day, he would still set aside a fixed amount of time to brush up on the classics. After all, the classics in this Sutra Pavilion are the foundation for his family and his life. As for alchemy, weapon refining, uniforms and painting formations, they are just fun in their spare time. He has never forgotten that the foundation of his strength lies in the 1 or 2 million volumes of classics in this scripture pavilion. Moreover, as he reads more and more classics, sometimes the life experiences of the authors of the classics can be triggered. This allows him, who has never left Jushao Holy Land since he was born, to see for the first time through the experiences of the authors of those classics the world beyond the Holy Land. After all, no matter how many anecdotes and strange things are, they are just things recorded in classics. How can they be compared with real experiences? However, triggering this kind of experience is rare. Fortunately, he has a good attitude and never forces it. If he has experience, he will use the classics. Anyway, with such a large base in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, it will always be triggered. Thank you so much this time. Wang Zan looked at Qian Hong gratefully and said, thanks to the message method left before the two separated last time, otherwise he would have been in a big embarrassment this time. When he thought about this, he hated that Qin Feng would itch. Did you agree to send him back? Where's the promised bag on him? It's all a lie. Senior brother, have you been tricked by him again? Qian Hong hesitated for a moment and then spoke slowly. Not really. This is my own choice, but that guy is a bit unwilling to save me. Then senior brother Wang, your situation is much better than mine and the few disciples in the outer courtyard. At least we've all been tricked more or less. If you say that, I'll feel a lot better. Thanks. Wang Zan smiled and patted Qian Hong on the shoulder, with a look on his face that said, you are a very good boy. He is someone who knows how to comfort people. Quote. Qian Hong was confused. His original intention was to tell Wang Zan not to take it seriously. Who knows if this guy is good or not, but why does the smile on his face not feel good? You're not only afraid that your brother will have a hard time, but you're also afraid that your brother will drive a Land Rover, right? Qian Hong probably guessed Wang Zan's mentality, but he didn't think about it deeply. In fact, he is now in a period of rapid improvement in cultivation. Since he was brought by Elder Shao to experience a small thunder tribulation of pure yang last time, his body seems to have been opened up to the Rendu meridian. His cultivation speed is extremely fast. In this short period of time, his cultivation level has almost reached the 3rd level of spiritual light realm. So he really has to thank Qin Feng. After all, without the Shantian Yiki Jing, he would not be where he is now. Even if he breaks through to the spiritual light realm with the foundation of metallic evil energy, his cultivation speed cannot be as fast as now. On the other hand, due to the tacit approval of the spread by Gade and Sun Qingfeng, the frequency of Qin Feng's name appearing in the Danyuan and Qiwan increased sharply. Now, many disciples of the two academies are gearing up to meet this guy who is not very good at cultivation, but in the words of the deans of the two academies, they are geniuses in alchemy and weapon refining. Before that, an elegant figure had already arrived in front of the Sutra Pavilion. Subsequently, she was deducted 480 points. Fengeling frowned. She was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Logically speaking, although she could enter the 3rd floor of the Scripture Depository Pavilion, she should at least ask for her opinion, right? This was good. Elder Shao didn't even ask, just deducted 480 points from her, and it was over without her even reacting. Although Fengeling was a little unhappy, she still took the nameplate and walked into the Scripture Deposit Pavilion. Qin Feng had been waiting in front of the Sutra Pavilion formation for a long time. When he saw that the person who came was a tall, extremely beautiful woman, his heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason, and then his nose twitched subconsciously. This guy has several medicinal scents on his body. Could it be that he is a disciple of Alchemy Academy? Qin Feng suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when the other party spoke, he knew that he was still being looked for. Are you Qin Feng? I am Fengeling from the Alchemy Academy. I heard that you are very good at refining alchemy, so I came here to ask for advice. Although Fengeling was said to be very cold, she did all the etiquette so well that Qin Feng couldn't fault her at all. Sister, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Qin Feng looked at Fengeling with a confused expression. I heard that you are very good at alchemy, so I came here to ask for advice. What? Qin Feng raised his ear and narrowed the distance between the two. This made Fengeling frown. Could it be that this guy is deaf? I said, I heard that you are very good at alchemy, so I came here to ask for advice. Fengeling's voice instantly rose several decibels. Ah, I know I am good at alchemy, but I have nothing to teach you. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Look, my alchemy skills are even begging for competition from the alchemy masters in the Alchemy Academy. I am indeed a genius. Then, the expression on his face suddenly disappeared and returned to its previous appearance, which made Fengeling's chest feel tight for a while. No, does this guy eat fried cakes? Are you just kidding yourself? Fengeling's eyebrows furrowed. Qin Feng obviously had no intention of accepting the other party's invitation to compete. After all, wouldn't it be better to just be the guardian of his scripture pavilion? What books do you want, senior sister? I want to compete with you. No competition. Competition. No competition. If you can beat me, I will give you a copy of the Danhua Sutra. This classic is not available in the Sutra Pavilion. It is a top-grade heaven-level technique that I accidentally obtained on the way to do my mission. Fengeling's eyebrows were furrowed. Why was this guy so stubborn? Then let's start now. When Qin Feng heard this, he realized that there were no books in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. This must not be taken down. Although it's only a top-grade heaven-level one, it's still better than nothing. Qin Feng murmured to himself in a low voice. Hearing his words, Fengeling almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. What does it mean that although it is only a top-grade heaven-level product, it is still better than nothing? Are you really saying that your top-level skills are just bad ones? Listen, are you speaking human language? Lanying, have you seen Fengeling? At the same time, Yang Shui originally planned to take a test on Fengeling's cultivation achievements in school today, but she searched the Alchemy Academy and couldn't find this little girl. Then she met Lan Ying on the road, who had just returned to the Alchemy Academy, so she asked Road. Master, you said Fengeling, she went to the Scripture Deposit Pavilion. I guess I want to see Qin Feng's alchemy skills. Lan Ying had just finished beating Li Mu and was in a good mood. During this period, rumors about Qin Feng were circulating in the Danyuan. From the beginning, she refined the perfect Sanyuan Dan of the Foundation establishment level with the copper skin level, and evolved to now it has become Qin Feng's open provocation to Danyuan, saying that there is no one in Danyuan who can be beaten, and he wants to beat 10. Although Lan Ying knew that it was definitely someone who changed the story after spreading the news, but under this rumor, the disciples of the entire Danyuan were united to defeat Qin Feng. Hearing Lan Ying's words, Yang Shui raised his eyebrows. He knew that this matter was discussed in advance by Sun Qingfeng, the dean of the Alchemy Academy, and Gade, the dean of the Qi Academy. She didn't object and agreed with it. After all, these alchemists in the Alchemy Academy have been practicing peacefully for too long. But she didn't expect that the first one to take action would be Fengeling. This little girl is not going to bully the opponent. She is probably better than the 3 Yuan Dan of the Foundation establishment realm. Yang Shui knew his apprentice very well. Although he could refine the perfect spiritual light elixir, he would never take advantage of him when competing with Qin Feng. However, now that she knew it, she no longer looked for anyone, but returned to her main hall, waiting for news of Fengeling's triumphant return. Although Qin Feng is very talented, he was able to refine the perfect ultimate 3 Yuan pill of the Foundation establishment realm when he was in the copper skin realm. He must have read a lot of classics on the first path of alchemy. But Yi Luzi is Yi Luzi, how can he compare to her from a regular army background? However, with a little training by himself, his alchemy skills will not be inferior to Fengeling's. When Lan Ying saw this, her eyes rolled around and she followed Yang Shui directly. Just kidding, of course she has to be the first-hand person to hear such breaking news. Besides, the master has a lot of good things, which he usually avoids, but today he has to fight the autumn wind no matter what. So the master and apprentice began to wait in the main hall. An hour, 2 hours, 4 hours passed, and it was almost midnight. Fengeling hasn't come back yet. Master, that's not quite right. With junior sister's level, this foundation building 3 Yuan Dan won't be difficult. Lan Ying's face was full of confusion at this moment. Not to mention she was confused, even Yang Shui was confused. Fengeling had mastered basic elixirs like San Yuan Dan without even using them for an hour. Could something have happened? Yang Shui thought of another possibility, and then she shook her head mockingly. How could something happen? Fengeling, a 9th-level alchemy master at the Foundation Establishment realm, was afraid of a disciple at the Copper Skin realm. At this moment, Yang Shui's expression suddenly changed, and then her figure disappeared into the hall. Seeing this, Lan Ying cursed and quickly chased after her. After a moment, the two figures appeared in front of Fengeling, who had just stepped into the Danyuan. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Did that guy bully you? He's so brave. I can't even bear to bully you. How dare he bully you? Lan Ying was dumbfounded when she saw the unusually obvious tear stains on Fengeling's face. Then she rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the scripture depository pavilion, but was pulled back by Yang Shui. Ling what's going on? Tell the master. Master, I'll make the decision for you. Although Yang Shui was also anxious, she was not as reckless as Lan Ying. Now that she is going over to ask for help, does she think that Elder Shao is just a free man? The deans of the 4 courtyards have joined forces and have not been able to get good results from each other. You, a deacon of the Alchemy Academy in the law realm, have been able to fill the gaps in people's teeth in the past. Master, senior sister, I'm tired. Just go back first. Fengeling shook her head and said nothing, and left alone. Seeing this scene, Lan Ying wanted to catch up, but was held back by Yang Shui. She shook her head. If you ask now, she won't say anything. When she wants to say something, she will say it. Yang Shui then ignored Lan Ying and left. No, what happened? That night, Lan Ying couldn't sleep. She didn't even practice, because she didn't have the heart to practice, and she couldn't practice at all. As a result, she couldn't sleep, even though sleeping was no longer necessary in her current state, just like craving for food. But whenever she wanted to sleep, she would definitely fall asleep, but she ended up suffering from insomnia. Grass. Lan Ying gritted her teeth. Ever since she knew the name Qin Feng, she seemed to have never been happy in a while. No, I felt happy for a while just after beating Li Mu, but it was only for a while. Women are indeed made of water. If you want to cry, just cry. I hope Elder Shao didn't find out, otherwise that old man might still think of me in what way he would look at me. In the scripture collection pavilion, Qin Feng sighed, then picked up the Danhua Sutra in his hand and started reading. This thing is now my own. Extensive reading of Danhua Sutra, qualification +50, understanding +50. Intensive reading of Danhua Sutra, qualification +100, understanding +100, constitution +100, lifespan +100. Read the Danhua Sutra carefully, qualification +200, understanding +200, physique +200, lifespan +200, cultivation +50. The moment he finished reading the Alchemy Sutra, Qin Feng felt that the power in his body was extremely active and had spread from his flesh and blood to the 12 large tendons on his body. At this moment, his realm broke through from the meat refining realm to the muscle strengthening realm. Sure enough, the high-level classics are still exciting. If this classic is to be placed in the Sutra Pavilion, it must be on the 5th floor. This wave is really making a lot of money. But that guy deserves it, after all, I gave that to her. Qin Feng did not expect that his breakthrough would be accomplished in such silence. Originally, he planned to practice the body meridian again to break through to the strong muscle realm, but now he can break through directly. Moreover, the original scriptures on the first 3 floors of the Sutra Pavilion can only be improved after mastering them. Nowadays, if you read the Danhua Sutra, which is a top-grade heaven-level book, you can increase your cultivation level. It seems that the more advanced the tome, the more rewards he can obtain. However, you have to eat one bite at a time and walk step by step. If you take too big a step, your crotch will be easily pulled. Now that a breakthrough has been made, the effect of the heaven sealing technique has indeed been enhanced a lot. Qin Feng's hanging heart relaxed a little, and then he started making his first talisman. Time flies by like a fleeting moment. It wasn't until Elder Shao told Qin Feng that it was the agreed time that Qin Feng realized that a week had passed. In the next few days, Yang Shui and Lan Ying tried their best to find out what happened in the Sutra Pavilion that day. In the end, Fengeling chose to speak up and told her master and senior sister what happened that day. You mean, this is the exploding Yuan Dan he refined? Yang Shui didn't speak, but Lan Ying spoke first. She took the explosive Yuan pill from Fengeling's hand, her eyes widened, and she looked at the pill in disbelief and then at Fengling. That look seemed to be saying, "Are you kidding me?" At this time, Yang Shui's eyes also fell on his disciple from the explosive Yuan Dan. That elixir was not an ordinary perfect elixir. The clear 5 lines on the elixir represented what she knew very well. It was an elixir in the realm of 9 lines, and it had reached 5 lines. In other words, the efficacy of this explosive Yuan Dan has reached 150%. When she was a spiritual alchemist, had she ever been so outrageous? The answer is no. Not only did she not, but neither did her 2 apprentices. I don't know if Dean Sun Qingfeng has it, but he should have it. After all, he is the famous Dan Emperor in the Eastern Wasteland. A young man whose talent in alchemy is comparable to that of the Dean, is now just working as a guard in the Sutra Pavilion. Xiao Zhangfeng, how can he bear to insult such a genius? No, she has to go find the Dean again. Without saying a word, Yang Shui took Fengling and Dan and moved away, leaving behind a confused Lan Ying. Master, wait for me, I'm not in the car. This old guy won't let me join in the fun. Lan Ying cried immediately. I'm still not your lovely disciple. On the other side, Sun Qingfeng looked at Yang Shui, who broke in again with an unkind expression. Dean, do you still remember that when you were a spiritual level alchemist, you refined the foundation building realm 3 yuan pill in the 9-grain field? The moment Yang Shui saw Sun Qingfeng, she asked first before the other party could speak. The 3 yuan pills of the foundation building realm in the 9 patterns domain. I remember that I should have refined the Yuan rejuvenation pill back then. The difficulty of the Yuan returning pill is simpler than that of the exploding Yuan pill and the Yuan Zhang Dan. If it is a exploding Yuan pill, it may not be possible to refine the 9-line elixir. It's just that there is no need for spiritual level alchemy masters to pursue the 9 patterns realm. If you reach the law realm, as well as the heaven sacrifice realm you are currently in, and your cultivation progress is slow, you can still try to refine the 9 patterns realm. Tattooed with elixirs. After all, the efficacy of the 9-marked elixir is not comparable to that of ordinary perfect elixirs, and it is still good for advancing cultivation. No, why do you ask? Sun Qingfeng looked at Yang Shui with a puzzled look. That's right, Dean. Isn't there news about Qin Feng in the courtyard these 2 days? You have also seen my disciple Fengling, so you went to compete with Qin Feng. Oh, what's up? This girl Fengling has refined the 9-mark elixir. That's right. I can refine the 9-marked elixir at the spiritual level. This talent is almost catching up with mine. Sun Qingfeng was very pleased. Although he was not his disciple, he was still very happy that the Danyuan could thrive. Yang Shui, Fengling, why didn't this old man listen to what was said? So annoying. Yang Shui looked confused, looking at Sun Qingfeng's comfort, and didn't know whether to interrupt. Ahem, Dean, it wasn't me who refined the 9 marks pill, but Qin Feng. Oh, that little guy's talent is really good. I saw it right. He has refined several patterns. Sun Qingfeng looked surprised at first, and then said that I still have good taste, but that old man Xiao is such a jerk. When he thought of this, he took a sip of spiritual tea with anger. 5 marked exploding Yuan Dan. Puff. A mouthful of spiritual tea was spit out without being swallowed. Yang Shui reacted quickly and pulled Fengling out of the way, otherwise they would have gotten wet. What the hell, how many lines can you tell me? 5 marks exploding Yuan Dan. Yang Shui repeated it again. Sun Qingfeng was dumbfounded. This kid's talent was not only good, but also unbelievable. No, we absolutely can't let that kid bury himself in that dark Sutra Pavilion. This time, we have to be more serious. Sun Qingfeng's eyes were watering, and he soon had a plan on his mind. While several people were shocked because Qin Feng had refined a 5-line Yuan Zhongdan, in Qin Feng's room in the Sutra Pavilion, Elder Xiao looked silently at the boy in front of him and the drawings he had made. Spirit level runes. Top grade runes. Top grade runes. Excellent runes. Excellent runes. You're not a kid, you're just making a little fuss. Are you serious about coming with me? Elder Xiao's eyelids twitched a little, and his whole body felt numb. What else can't this guy do? You won't be able to create a top-quality spiritual formation for him next week, right? By then, he will go crazy. You know his true intention. He didn't think about it at all. he just wanted to see this kid embarrassed. As a result, now this kid is not deflated, he is deflated. Moreover, how could he not know the personalities of Chu Lingxian and Chu Chengdao? If they were to find out that Qin Feng had talent in runes and formations, by then, the scene would be unbearable to watch. It seems that he is responsible for causing today's situation. Elder Xiao's face hurt a little, as if he had been forcefully beaten by an invisible hand. Qin Feng looked at Elder Xiao with anxious eyes. He should be considered qualified. After all, he had drawn the best spiritual level runes. If he hadn't been worried about causing any trouble, he would have taken out the drawn divine runes. But after thinking about it, he still held back. If a tree is beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Don't be in the spotlight, don't be in the limelight. His Yichui Foundation establishment pill perfect was almost ready to give birth, but he didn't even take it out. Not satisfactory. Barely passed. You still have a week. Elder Xiao coughed slightly, turned around and left with a straight face, making Qin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. At any rate, it passed. However, he is not in a hurry to read the classics on formations now, but picks up the Ti Jing again. That's right, he wants to see if he has been promoted to the strong muscle realm. Will this body sutra give him any magical powers? After all, his current strength is estimated to be hundreds of thousands of kilograms, which has completely exceeded the record of the Holy Lord in the body training realm. Although Qin Feng surpassed the Holy Master when he was young, he still had his own concerns in his heart. That is, as his cultivation level improves, he is getting closer and closer to the foundation building realm. There are 3 methods to build the foundation realm: the foundation building pill, the evil spirit of the 5 elements, and the origin of heaven and earth. Now he only has the foundation building pill in hand, and he does not have the evil spirit of the 5 elements and the origin of heaven and earth at all. Let's just say that although the foundation establishment pill in his hand is perfect, it is not the same as the foundation establishment pill in the Holy Land. But he never thought about using the foundation establishment pill to build the foundation. After advancing to 2 more minor realms, he would have to consider building a foundation. Looking at the time, I am not far away from establishing the foundation. Then, with a confused look on his face, Qin Feng opened the Ti Jing and began to practice. Familiar taste, familiar feeling. The only thing he wasn't familiar with was that the pain that made his soul tremble had gotten worse. The black figure in Qin Feng's mind was still repeating the 54 movements on the body, so fast that it became a phantom. While in the confinement of consciousness, Qin Feng's consciousness condensed into the outline of the villain, and he rehearsed from the first movement to the second movement. Although his body could feel severe pain and changes in the first 2 movements, it was obviously not to the point of collapse. When it came to the third movement, the body issued a warning. The same time is 1 minute. If it exceeds 1 minute, the body should collapse. It's cool, it's exciting. Qin Feng found that he seemed to be working in a wrong direction. This was wrong. He was not a masochist. We didn't have that tendency. All of this was for cultivation. Yes, for the sake of cultivation, do what he did. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and used all his strength to activate the 5 senses and consciousness bands. It's strange to say that he has practiced the Body Sutra many times, but he still can't remember all the 54 movements in the Body Sutra. The only ones he could remember clearly were the first 2 moves, and it was these 2 moves that allowed him to possess 2 magical powers in the body forging realm, the body forging golden body and the green-blooded divine ray. Therefore, he wanted to see if this third movement could give him another magical power. If possible, then there is a high probability that each movement in this Body Sutra will give birth to a magical power if it can be practiced and mastered. Then this is no longer a practice that is placed on the first floor of the Scripture Collection Pavilion. This is a practice that is placed on the top floor of the Scripture Collection Pavilion. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart suddenly burst out with strong desire. Under this desire, time gradually advanced towards 1 minute. 56, 57, 58, 59. 1 minute. Qin Feng instantly stopped practicing the body meridian and his body returned to its original state. In an instant, he noticed that the 12 large tendons in his body were trembling, or in other words, undergoing changes. Every big tendon in the human body is very important. They connect the limbs and bones and support the practitioner in fighting. If any tendon is broken, it will be an extremely heavy loss for the practitioner. At this moment, the 12 big tendons in Qin Feng's body were like 12 giant pythons that were constantly rolling and transforming, as if these giant pythons were about to evolve into dragons. You have deeply understood the Ti Jing, and mastered the magical power, the tendon dragon overturning the sky. In an instant, Qin Feng understood it, and an extremely strange energy was generated in his 12 big tendons. At this moment, the 12 big tendons transformed into dragons. Not only that, Qin Feng also grew taller and his limbs became slightly longer. What surprised him most was that his power had increased exponentially under this magical power. This is the magical power that increases strength. No, this is a magical power that increases combat effectiveness. The transformation of Dajin allowed him to control his body more easily, allowing his body to exert its fighting power far beyond what it had been before. As they say, if your muscles grow an inch, your life will increase by 10 years. Although this was the influence of magical powers, Qin Feng still discovered that under the influence of magical powers, the length and strength of the 12 large tendons in his body were also slowly increasing. This is actually increasing. Life plus 1. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, and his lifespan was extended by 1 day. Sure enough, are the 54 postures in this body sutra the 54 postures with magical powers? Is it possible that the body sutra technique can be used to build the foundation? At this moment, Qin Feng's sudden idea startled him. It's just that this idea has been lingering in his mind since he came up with it. Mad, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's take a rest first. There is still a difficult task waiting for me tomorrow. The next day, when Qin Feng woke up, he suddenly felt that his body had become lighter than before, or that he could control his body more easily than before. It all depends on the transformation of the muscles in his body. He was in a good mood and immediately began to scan the formation books on the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion and below. So, that kid really refined the 5-line explosive Yuan Dan. Gade's eyes were as wide as the size of copper bells, and he made tut-tisk sounds from time to time. Sun Qingfeng sat opposite him, and on both sides of them were Chu Lingxian, the dean of the Fuyuan Academy, and Chu Chengdao, the dean of the Array Academy. Speaking of which, you just want to talk about that boy. Why did you bring us two here? Do you really think that we are just like you two, having nothing to do all day long? Chu Chengdao rolled his eyes at these two idiots. He had lost 1 million points by helping them, but these two idiots kept silent about it. This made him angry. From the moment they met until now, he was not angry at all. Chu Lingxian, who was sitting opposite him, seemed to be nothing, just a silent audience. Nonsense, there must be something going on here to find you two. Who would want to talk to you if nothing happens? Sun Qingfeng glared at Chu Chengdao. Old guy, do you still remember that when you entered that kid's room, besides the alchemy materials and weapon refining materials you found on the ground, did you find anything else? When Sun Qingfeng reminded him, Gade frowned. Hey, there seems to be other materials. It's rune materials and array materials. This kid can't be good at runes and formations, right? Gade subconsciously cursed. His words directly caused Chu Chengdao and Chu Lingxian to look at each other. If this is the case, this kid's level of genius is incredible. It's impossible. It's incredible that ordinary people can possess one of the talents. How can this kid be good at 4? Chu Chengdao had an expression on his face that said, I don't study well, so don't lie to me. Grass. Stop this suspicion and delay your trip to the Sutra Pavilion. Just go and see for yourself. Gade stood up with a curse and went to the scripture collection pavilion. Sun Qingfeng was immediately speechless. No, old man guy, why are you just following other people's affairs and making fun of it? I came here specifically to let you join in the fun. Nothing serious has been done. Sun Qingfeng sighed. He was tired of having such a strong person among the 4 of them. At the same time, Elder Shao slowly opened his eyes, looking at the little girl in front of him with a pair of eyes like a deep pool of deathly silence. If he guessed correctly, this guy should have been here 3 times. When did a handyman disciple get to spend so much money like this? Elder Shao was very surprised. After crossing out 120 points, he glanced at the other party's disciple nameplate and saw that there was no point left on it, and then gave it back to Lin Ru. Lin Ru recited 3 times in her mind not to be angry, then took a deep breath and stepped into the formation of the scripture pavilion. At the same time, Qin Feng felt a kind of panic for no reason. He thought he was acting on a whim, but he discovered in the next second that this was not a whim, this was a prediction of disaster. Gone, why is this little girl here again? No, how could you, a handyman disciple, get so many points? Let's just say, isn't it just giving you a Su Nv Jing? As for that, that's all. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.